Chapter 459. Outside the living room. Fong Ping sighed as he sent them out. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I was planning to be a good host since you've come from afar. I've even arranged a banquet tonight. Jiang Chao was intrigued. There's a banquet? Li Fei's expression darkened. Shut up. He smiled at Fong Ping. You're welcome, Junior Fong. We're all martial artists. We can dispense with the formalities. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he dispensed with the formalities. He had not really prepared anything, although that was what he was thinking. Fong Ping hesitated for a moment. After a while, he still said softly, "The bed of 5 divine weapons is still too big. If senior brothers and sisters don't misunderstand. What I mean is if there's an accident, if we really lose 5 divine weapons." Seeing that they did not look too good, Fong Ping suddenly said, "If Qin Fengqing really wins, I'll ask him to return them to you." What do you mean, Junior Fong? Zhang Nanqi said coldly. Win or lose, do martial artists not even have this bit of responsibility? Li Fei's expression did not look good either. He frowned. We can understand Junior Fong's good intentions, but you're underestimating us. We can accept winning or losing. Returning them to us? Junior Brother Fong, are you trying to make our clan lose all face? Su Zissou also advised, Fong Ping, it's okay. Don't think too much. Even if we lose, we'll only get half a divine weapon each. I'm fine with it anyway. Jiang Chao did not care as much as before. He chuckled. We don't actually need the divine weapons. Besides, Fong Ping, aren't you underestimating us? We'll lose? Ask Baldy to prepare energy fruits. It's best if there's more of them. I won't be interested in ordinary ones. They felt that Fong Ping was insulting them. If they lost, he would ask Baldy to return them. What did he think they were? Besides, would middle stage and upper stage rank 6 powerhouses like them lose to a few martial arts university students? If they agreed now and won, they would be too embarrassed to ask for Baldy's things. The few of them rejected him sternly. Fong Ping smiled bitterly. Fine. I've gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. As he spoke, Fong Ping had already sent them to the side of the bus. Finally, Fong Ping said with a straight face, If that's the case, then I'll wait for your guidance tomorrow. In a battle of martial arts, doing your best is the greatest respect for martial artists. That's why tomorrow, whether it's me, the martial arts university students, or my senior brothers and sisters, I hope that all of you will do your best. Even if we lose in one move, it's because we're not strong enough. Fong Ping definitely doesn't want everyone to go easy on us just because our martial arts ranks are low. As soon as he said that, Li Fei replied solemnly, I'll definitely do my best. Zhang Nanqi also took a deep look at him and said in a low voice, My father once taught me that one must first cultivate the heart when cultivating martial arts. Junior Brother Fong, don't worry. If we really fight, we won't be careless. Fong Ping did not speak. He clenched his right fist and performed a martial arts salute. As soon as the martial salute was performed, the 10 members of the exchange team turned serious, including the sloppy Jiang Chao, who returned the salute. After the salute, Su Zissou's small face suddenly flushed. She said excitedly, I'm so excited. Performing a martial arts salute. In the past, when Big Brother Jiang and the others left to fight, everyone would only perform a martial arts salute. Su Zissou was a little excited. For martial artists, performing a martial arts salute was a form of respect and importance, treating you as a real opponent or a hero. This kind of treatment was something they had never experienced before. The others did not say it out loud, but they were secretly happy. Even the cold Zhang Nanqi nodded slightly at Fong Ping, forced a smile, and then stepped onto the bus. The others got on the bus one after another. Before they left, Su Zissou stuck her head out of the window and waved, smiling. Fong Ping, see you tomorrow. Fong Ping, tell Big Baldy that I'll definitely have a good fight with him tomorrow. Let's see if he's still as arrogant as before. Jiang Chao also stuck his head out and said, chuckling. Fang Ping was all smiles. I'll definitely pass the message on. The bus drove away slowly. After a while, Minister Wang, who did not follow them earlier, came over. He patted Fang Ping's shoulder lightly and sighed. What a black-hearted person! Fang Ping was at a loss. He turned to look at Minister Wang, looking confused. Looking at his expression, Minister Wang was starting to doubt his life. Are you sure you're not pretending? Forget it. Do whatever you want. Minister Wang sighed. After thinking for a while, he still said, These kids aren't bad by nature. It's just that they haven't experienced enough, so they don't understand many things at all. I think they seem to treat you as a friend. Fang Ping, don't be too harsh. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I don't quite understand what you're saying, Minister. I also treat them as friends. Haha. Minister Wang felt that it was necessary for him to refresh his understanding of MCMEU's Fang Ping. Don't you have a conscience when you fooled others until you believe it yourself? The key was he was starting to suspect that this matter had something to do with Fang Ping. Could it be that Qin Fengqing had planned it himself? Without saying anything more to Fang Ping, Minister Wang leaped into the air and disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Old Man Li, Qin Fengqing, and the others arrived. Qin Fengqing rubbed his bald head and chuckled. Fang Ping, these fools are really easy to fool. After what you said, TSK, they can't wait to make you their confidant. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He scolded, Who's a fool? What fool? How can you say that? Is our purpose to fool them and bully them? They didn't do anything evil. The things are their own. Don't tell me you want to rob them. If we're capable, then we'll fight for it ourselves. What their ancestors fought for, what does it have to do with you? Qin Fengqing, there's something wrong with your attitude. You want good stuff whenever you see it. You can do it to the catacombs humans, but not to humans. If they're all like you, then it'll be a mess. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Not only was Qin Fengqing confused, Zhang Yu was completely confused. Did Fang Ping find his conscience? Fang Ping scolded for a while, then sighed. Of course, this is an emergency. Now that they have no use for the divine weapons, they'll lend them to us temporarily. If we kill more enemies, they'll have some credit too. Half of the military metal will be theirs too. When we get the divine weapons, we must remember their contributions. Zhang Yu was confused. I thought you found your conscience. Qin Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's still the same smell. I thought I got the wrong person. Old Man Li, on the other hand, was not surprised. He grinned and said, Kid, what's your plan? Also, are you confident? Fang Ping muttered, In MCMEU today, my instructor, Old Lu, and Instructor Tang all need divine weapons. Old Man Li stared at him dangerously, pinching Qin Fengqing's big bald head. Qin Fengqing seemed to have accepted his fate. He did not make a sound, as if he was not the one being pinched. Fang Ping coughed softly, stifling his laughter. Of course, you need a divine weapon too, but they don't have a rank 8 divine weapon. Rank 7 will do. Vice-Chancellor Huang, it's best to use monster corpses to forge one that suits him. I won't prepare one for him. In that case, we need 4 divine weapons. Fang Ping pondered for a moment before saying, A divine weapon is useless if it's not at Grandmaster level. It's about the same as my Chaos Vanquishing Saber, maybe even worse. So, I want to give the other divine weapon to CCMU. Old Man Li raised his eyebrows slightly. He muttered, You want to ask Li Hansong to come over? Fang Ping nodded. If MCMAU takes all the benefits, it's MCMAU's problem. The Education Ministry might not fully support us. Of course, those fellows' ancestors might not cause trouble for us over such a small matter. But, just in case, I think we should still pull CCMAU along. CCMAU and MCMAU are the top elite schools. We actually represent the martial arts universities and the education ministries will. Old Man Lee laughed. It's not impossible. I just can't bear to do it. Both of them were still talking when Luo Ichuan, who was beside them, said, Both of you, have you started distributing the divine weapons? They had not fought yet. 2 upper stage rank 6 and 3 middle stage rank 6. The other party was not really an idiot. They were pure vitality martial artists. These people also had actual combat experience. Their weapons and combat techniques were all top-notch. It could only be said that they lacked actual combat experience and were less hot-blooded. They might not lose to the average rank SXS. Even with the advantage of weapons and combat techniques, many rank 6 martial artists might not be their opponents. Not to mention human rank SAXS, even the catacombs rank 6 civilians were not their opponents. But now, these fellows were discussing how to distribute the divine weapons. Had they become so arrogant? As Luo Yichuan said, he added, also, if we really lose 50 billion in resources. Fong Ping laughed and glanced at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, Fong Ping, I have no money. As he said that, he said fiercely, if the divine weapons are distributed, what about me? Fong Ping could not help but laugh. After a while, he said, this competition is 5 against 5. Actually, I want to make it more exciting and intense. On one hand, I want the other party to understand that martial arts university students are very strong and they are indeed very weak. On the other hand, I want the prodigies of martial arts universities to understand that although we are not weak, we are not the strongest. The age gap between us is not big. Although the others have elders to take care of them, it is a fact that their realms are higher than ours. Old Man Lee frowned slightly. You mean, on MCMAU's side, Qin Fengqing and I will fight. He made a bet, so he has to fight. Also, call Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, and Yao Qingjun to fight. Of course, there are requirements. If Li Hansong wins, he will be given a divine weapon. He can give it to any CCMAU Grandmaster. If he loses, he will not have it. For Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun, forget about the divine weapons. I am giving them a chance to gain experience. If they win, I will give each of them 30 to 50 million energy stones. A little more is not a problem. The divine weapons will be gone. If they lose, they will not have to pay any price. Qin Fengqing said immediately, what about me? We'll talk after you win. After Fong Ping said that, Old Man Lee gave him a look. After a while he said, you called these people up just to gain experience. Fong Ping was silent for a moment. After a while he said, it's a slightly immature idea. If it is really like what we guessed, maybe there will be other opportunities for cooperation in the future. They will not be outdated, and they will not always be powerhouses among the younger generation. Compared to them, this Qin Fengqing fellow's potential is much weaker. Qin Fengqing's face turned purple. He said angrily, what do you mean? Fong Ping said lazily, I mean it literally. Having said that, Fong Ping ignored him and continued, this time, I have pulled them to the same side. To be honest, the timing of these people's resurrection is a little coincidental. I have a feeling that there is some connection. Old Man Lee stared at him and said, aren't you? Fong Ping had a mysterious smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. I am nothing. How would I know the reason why these people resurrected? Beside him, Qin Fengqing was no longer angry. Instead, he said blankly, what resurrection? Fong Ping gave him a look and said lightly, this is the school's higher-ups' business. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Fengqing. What he said made so much sense. Old Man Lee did not talk about this anymore. He turned around and said with a smile, let's not care about this. It's up to you. Oh right, kid, you have to play it safe. If MCMAU really gets their hands on 4 divine weapons, then their strength will skyrocket. The divine weapons are not very effective in the hands of these kids. But in our hands, after nurturing them for a period of time, our combat strength will increase by at least 30%. Don't think that these kids all have divine weapons. If I'm not mistaken, they are probably the core group of those people. They are not fringe characters. These people are very likely to be the most direct batch of descendants. They are also the batch with the strongest talents. Otherwise, even rank 9 paragons will not kill rank 7 and 8 monsters wantonly to make divine weapons. Killing wantonly will definitely cause a counterattack. Do you understand what I mean? I know. Fong Ping said with a smile. That's why I let them take the bait themselves. I let Qin Fengqing, this idiot, take the lead. He, a nobody, provoked them to gamble. It's not me who took the lead. Qin Fengqing cannot represent MCMAU. If it really causes some trouble, send Qin Fengqing out to settle it. Qin Fengqing's expression was as black as a sheet. So, you really plan to use me as a shield. What Fong Ping meant was that his own status was high enough to represent MCMAU. As for Qin Fengqing, thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. He could not represent MCMAU. Qin Fengqing looked sorrowful. Very quickly, he turned his grief and indignation into strength. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me first, how much are you giving me?" Fong Ping chuckled. "I'll directly waive 2 billion for you. Is that good enough?" "Get lost." Qin Fengqing flew into a rage. "What 2 billion? I don't remember. I want visible benefits." He did not want these kinds of benefits on paper. They were useless. Fong Ping laughed. He pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? You fight well. If you win, I'll give you an A-class weapon and 1 caddy of cultivationating energy stones. If you lose, the energy stones will be gone. I'll still give you a weapon." Qin Fengqing had always used a B-class Changdao. He had used it since rank 3. However, this guy still had a set of inner armor made of rank 6 monster skin armor. His equipment was not bad either. Actually, a B-class weapon was enough for him. If it were an A-class weapon, however, he could use it until peak rank 6. Qin Fengqing calculated silently in his heart. An A-class Changdao was around 300 to 500 credits. 500 grams of cultivationating energy stones were 15,000 credits. Altogether, it was close to 20,000 credits. This was not a small number. He would only get it if he won. If he lost, he would lose a saber. Thinking about how he was only early stage, rank 5, Qin Fengqing said dryly, "Fong Ping, why don't we do this for the win and the loss?" "We'll win for sure anyway," Fong Ping smiled. "That's fine too. However, with this plan, you'll have to bear a certain amount of risk. If the whole team loses, you'll have to bear 1/5 of the resources, which is 10 billion. Are you sure you want to do this?" Qin Fengqing looked helpless. Where would he get the money? As for whether he would win for sure, it was really hard to say. According to his personality, he would take a gamble. However, at this moment, Fong Ping said very seriously, "If we really lose 50 billion worth of resources, I won't joke with you. If you want to take more, then you'll have to pay more. When the time comes, you'll have to bear this responsibility. This condition doesn't apply to the others because they have their own roles. Iron Headley represents CCMAU. Although I didn't ask the other 2 to represent anyone, I won't give much either. You, Qin Fengqing, are the weakest, and you want to take more. If you really lose and you can't get back 10 billion worth of resources, I can't do anything to you. However, your name will disappear from MCMAU's list in the future." Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, "Is it necessary?" "It's very necessary," Fong Ping said seriously. "Do you, Qin Fengqing, have any Desperation Realm ancestors? If not, then you'll have to rely on yourself honestly and rely on your own strength. This applies to me, Fong Ping. We don't have fathers to rely on, including our instructors. No matter how good our instructors are, they're not your father. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Fengqing scratched his head. After a while he said, "All right. You have the final say. We'll go according to the first plan. If we lose, give me the weapons. If we win, give me the energy stones and weapons. Fong Ping nodded slightly. He looked at Zhang Yu beside him and said, Brother Zhang, I'll give you 100 honing fruit. Don't think it's too little. Zhang Yu smiled bitterly. I only said a few words. There's no need to do this. It's not because of this. I still hope that you can achieve rank 5 as soon as possible. After all, you promised to stay in MCMAU. Rank for instructors are a little weak. Zhang Yu smiled bitterly again. All right, even rank for instructors were weak. That was true. For the current MCMAU, perhaps rank 4 was indeed a little weak. In a typical martial arts university, rank 3 instructors were the mainstream, okay? Recently, however, the strength of MCMAU's instructors had improved very quickly. If this continued, rank 4 would really be at the bottom. Beside him, Qin Fengqing seemed to have thought of something. He asked curiously, What about you? If that was the case, Fong Ping did not seem to get any benefits at all. Fong Ping smiled lightly. I only want the ownership rights of the 4 divine weapons. I won't give them to the instructors for free. Martial artists will only make equivalent exchanges. When I need them in the future, these divine weapons will still be mine. Old Man Li said with a straight face, That's how it should be. Actually, we're the ones taking advantage of you. When you need them, you can take them away anytime. Fong Ping did not mind. He continued smiling. I still have one. 8 million credits here. If I really lose, these credits should be enough for the bet. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else. I, Fong Ping, don't have any grand goals. However, I hope that MCMAU can become better. I also hope that the deans won't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Luo Yichuan said bitterly, Of course not. Ever since you became the president of the Martial Arts Society, we've seen everything that you've done. On the other hand, we've wasted a lot of resources, yet we've been stuck at peak rank 6. We can't even achieve mentality-vitality fusion. If we had become Grandmaster-level martial artists, we wouldn't have let a 20-year-old young man like you carry such a heavy burden. Qin Zhenhua and the others also had helpless looks on their faces. They were helpless and bitter. If everyone was a powerhouse, Fong Ping would not have to scheme against others like this. Everyone would benefit, and Fong Ping would bear the blame. Did he really think that it was easy to scheme against the descendants of these rank 9 paragons? Those seniors were not stupid. It was fine if they did not know now, but when they found out in the end, they would definitely know that they had been schemed against. Perhaps they would not care about these things, but what was given to you was yours. You schemed against their juniors to take away these things. Did they not have any ideas? If they were not careful, it would be a disaster for Fong Ping. However, Fong Ping still did it without hesitation. Thinking of this, the few of them became even more bitter. Fong Ping comforted them. Don't be like this, instructors. I, Fong Ping, can live freely until now because the instructors have held up the sky for me. On New Year's Eve, a message, and the instructors came all the way here to save me. I, Fong Ping, will remember such kindness and importance. He's even stirring up emotions. Qin Fengqing mumbled. The next moment, a few fierce gazes swept over. Qin Fengqing's face was full of despair. It was over. MCMAU was completely finished. 4 divine weapons, plus Huang Jing's monster. In today's MCMAU, among the quasi-grandmasters and grandmasters, only Wu Quishan had not been completely bought over. Even the few peak rank 6 deans, although Fong Ping did not give them divine weapons, the Celestiality Cultivation Room, in addition to Fong Ping's constant spending on MCMAU, had made them dizzy. When Fong Ping's divine weapons were in his hands, MCMAU would really have the surname Fong. Even old Wu could not reverse this situation. Vice-Chancellor Wu, Vice-Chancellor Wu, so what if you're a rank 8? You're just a figurehead. Just be an honest fighter. Qin Fengqing sighed in his heart. feeling a little sympathetic toward old Wu. As for himself, forget it. Old Wu, that rank 8 was already a figurehead. As a rank 5, it did not matter if Fong Ping bullied him. After all, Fong Ping had given him a slap. At least he could give him some benefits. It's better if I stay in MCMAU. I can't leave. If I leave, Fong Ping has spent a lot of money on me. He can kill me. Qin Fengqin was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment. Everything else aside, he did not care about that 2 billion IOU if he stayed in MCMAU and worked hard. If he did not stay in MCMAU and work hard, Fong Ping could chase him until he doubted his life. Bastard, the matter of me going to Nanjiang and the House of Guardians must have been stirred up by him. Chapter 460. Just as Fong Ping and the MCMAU people were talking. On the bus, everyone was also discussing. Su Zissou thought of something and said, Zhang Nanqi Li Fei don't win too easily tomorrow. Save Fong Ping and the others some face. Fong Ping is quite a nice person. He even gave us a martial arts salute. Li Fei pondered for a moment and said, in a martial arts duel, cheating is disrespectful. Of course, their abilities are lower than ours. How about this? Tomorrow Jiang Chao will go first, Jiang Xian second, Zhang Nanqi, and I will go last. Zhang Nanqi also said, since the martial arts university students dared to challenge us, they must have some skills. Others aside, Fong Ping should have some real skills. He has also reached peak rank 5. We can't be careless. Jiang Chao will go first. At least they won at least one match in the end. Jiang Chao looked angry and scolded. What do you mean? Su Zissou grinned and said, I mean, you can't fight 5 of them alone. I'm a middle stage rank 6. The weakest middle stage rank 6, Zhang Nanqi said lightly. Jiang Chao scolded. You are the weakest. Your whole family is the weakest. But forget it. I will not argue with them. Jiang Chao did not think too much. He said lazily, if we win, are we still going to duel with the MCMAU instructors? Of course. Li Fei said matter-of-factly, tomorrow's duel is also a chance to prove our abilities. Otherwise, these MCMAU instructors might really think we're here to play house. The few of them discussed excitedly. In the end, Jiang Chao touched his chin and said, let's not talk about anything else. I will be the first to fight. At the end, I want to pick some energy fruits. No one is allowed to encroach on my share. Up to you. I just want some life essence and rank 9 energy stones. I want that monster. Of course, I will reimburse everyone when we get back. The few of them discussed for a while and decided on the distribution plan. A few early-stage rank 6 martial artists who were not arranged to fight were still a little indignant. Did they need to fight rank 5 martial artists? It was obvious that they would be in the limelight and get more benefits. In midair, Minister Wang looked up at the sky. What should he say? MCMAU was probably discussing the distribution plan too? McMao. In the evening, the moment Li Hansong stepped out of the car, Fong Ping, who was waiting at the school gate, suddenly went forward and hugged him. His tone was complicated as he said, Ironhead, you're here. Li Hansong's body stiffened, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Fong Ping patted his back gently and let go of him. He smiled and said, I can't help it. This time we can fight together again. After so many years, we brothers can stand together again and face it together. This time we will be as invincible as we were in the past. Li Hansong's expression changed again. After a while he said in a muffled voice, I don't know what you're talking about. Fong Ping laughed. It's okay. We're still brothers in this life. Don't you recognize me as your brother? Fong Ping, Li Hansong wanted to say something but hesitated. At the side, Wang Jinyang calmly walked over and said, whether it's true or not, there's no need to care. Fong Ping, you don't have to keep repeating this. Let's get down to business. Fong Ping nodded and smiled. That's true. I was being unreasonable. Wang Jinyang darted him a look and said, "Don't smile at us." Fang Ping's expression was a little stiff. Wang Jinyang added, "When you smile, I think you're very sinister, the kind that harbors evil intentions." Fang Ping looked gloomy. What did he say? Why would old Wang have this kind of thought? As they were talking, Yao Changjun, who was dressed in military uniform and holding a gun, came over. He said from afar, "Fang Ping, how's the opponent's ability? Among the current generation of martial artists, is there anyone who can be your opponent?" After saying that, Yao Qingjun suddenly looked at Li Hansong, his gaze solemn. He said in a low voice, "Li Hansong, you've broken through?" Li Hansong finally came back to his senses. Upon hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "I was lucky." As he said that, he added, "You should be breaking through soon. Qingjun, you can try getting hurt." Forget it. You'll know when the time comes." "What do you mean?" Li Hansong shook his head. "Knowing now might not be good for you." Fang Ping glanced at him. "You didn't learn this habit of leaving people hanging, did you?" Yao Qingjun was also speechless. He did not dwell on this anymore. He walked forward and said, "Tell me the details. What opponent is worth so much attention, Fang Ping?" Although no one wanted to admit it, it was a fact that Fang Ping had killed a peak rank 6. He deserved the title of the strongest martial artist of his generation. Fang Ping smiled. "Let's walk and talk. We can also take a look around MCMAU." They did not say much and followed him into the school. They looked around from time to time. When they saw the MCMAU students, they sighed in their hearts. MCMAU students were getting stronger and stronger. Rank 3 and 4 martial artists were a common sight. In other martial arts universities and military schools, rank 1 was the mainstream. There were also many aspiring martial artists. In MCMAU, however, there was not a single aspiring martial artist in sight. Fang Ping saw them looking around and smiled. There are only 23 people in MCMAU who have not entered the martial artist realm. It should be enough before the end of the month. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Having said that, Fang Ping continued, "Let's talk about the opponents this time. 2 upper stage rank 6 and 3 middle stage rank 6. The expressions on the 3's faces changed. Before this, Fang Ping had not made it clear. They did not know that the opponents were so strong. "You said they're about the same age as us." "Yes. The older ones are 27 or 28 years old. The younger ones are about the same age as you." Fang Ping smiled. "Also, their ancestors were all true top-notch powerhouses. This time, I asked you to come because I want you to witness the strength of these top-notch powerhouses' descendants. They're the weakest batch, and they don't have much combat experience." As he said that, Fang Ping added, "Also, let me add that you should consider whether you want to participate in the challenge. We have a bet with the other party." Fang Ping briefly explained what had happened. At the end, he said, "If Li Hansong wins, CCMAU will get a divine weapon. If both of you win, each of you will get 1 caddy of cultivationating energy stones. Don't blame me for being stingy." "Stingy?" Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. "You're rich and overbearing now. The black market price of cultivationating energy stones is 1 million per gram. 500 grams, 500 million. Of course, the black market price was the black market price. In MCMAU, it was only 30 credits per gram. In the past, credits were hard to earn. Even spending money would cost 900,000. Now that credits were much easier to earn, it was not worth that much. However, that was MCMAU. NMAU and the other universities, including CCMAU, were not as rich and overbearing as Fang Ping." Wang Jinyang shook his head slightly. "Thinking back to 2 years ago, things have remained the same, but the people have changed. I'll accept this deal. I also want to see how strong the top-notch powerhouses' descendants are." For this battle, even if Fong Ping did not give him anything, he still wanted to see for himself. Li Hansong scratched his head. This matter. I'm afraid I'll have to ask the university. If Fong Ping gave him a divine weapon, he would be the scapegoat. Fong Ping nodded. Up to you. Old Yao, what about you? Yao. Qingjuan's gaze was sharp. No problem. Although I'm only a middle stage rank 5, I also want to see the power of a rank 6 martial artist. Having said that, Yao Qingjun asked again, in the 5-person battle, who's the last person? Qin Fengqing. Him. Yao Qingjun was slightly surprised. Can Qin Fengqing do it? It was not that he looked down on Qin Fengqing. That kid was only a rank 4, right? He broke through to rank 5. His celestial bridge has also mutated. Of course, we don't expect him to win. He's just a bystander. Even if he loses, it'll make the other party look better. We're all going there to win. Everyone burst out laughing. Wang Jinyang was slightly surprised. He really made the celestial bridge mutate? He spent 6 caddies of energy stones. The few of them shut up. He must be crazy. Had MCMAU become so rich now? They looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yao Qingjun knew a little. After all, he was in the catacombs last time. He just did not expect Qin Fengqing to spend so many energy stones. Fong Ping did not say much about Qin Fengqing. He said, Ironhead has reached peak rank 5. His winning rate is not low. Brother Wang, you and old Yao should take it easy. Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun were both middle stage rank 5 now. Yao Qingjun had only broken through to middle stage. He had not even stabilized his rank. However, his mentality was not weak. He could not be treated as a typical middle stage rank 5. After hearing what Fong Ping said, both of them nodded. The gap between them was huge. It was not just 1 or 2 small ranks, but a whole big rank. No matter how arrogant they were, they would not underestimate these people. Li Hansong, on the other hand, had to wait for CCMAU's reply. At this moment, he did not say anything. However, after thinking about it, Li Hansong still said, if CCMAU does not agree, then I will not take the divine weapon. I will participate in the battle in my own name. If they did not take the divine weapon, then they would just be sparring. In this way, there were some things that they did not have to consider too much. Fong Ping chuckled. That's fine. Actually, I just want to pull CCMAU along. The former number 1 elite school has become much quieter now. The big battle is coming. CCMAU still has too many things to consider. They can't let go. Li Hansong was silent. Fong Ping said again, MCMAU is about to have its 6th Grandmaster. Li Hansong became even more bitter. He said in a low voice, Din Tang he, soon. These few days, the suppression of mentality at the place where Instructor Tang is in closed-door cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. He might break through soon. The other 3 had complicated looks in their eyes. MCMAU's strength was growing too fast. 6 high grandmasters. This time, even the number of them would surpass CCMAU. The title of number 1 elite school was now well-deserved. And all this was because in the past 2 years, MCMAU dared to fight. Even if they had offended many people, MCMAU did not hesitate. Even Li Hansong lost his composure. Wang Jinyang was not the only one who felt bitter in his heart. NMAU did not even have a grandmaster. Otherwise, NMAU might have been able to get a divine weapon this time. Everyone did not say anything else and continued to wander around the campus. Li Hansong also made a call to CCMAU. Fong Ping did not purposely eavesdrop on the communication, but he still heard Li Hansong's somewhat indignant and angry reply. Li Hansong called for a long time. Finally, he walked over and said in a low voice, I will represent CCMAU in the battle. CCMAU agreed. Li Hansong nodded. I said, Din Tang is about to break through. This time, MCMAU might get 4 divine weapons. If CCMAU doesn't agree, then it will be 5. As he said that, Li Hansong added, the Grandmasters are also feeling the pressure. Previously, they only lost the competition between the students. Now, it was not just the students who were losing. When Li Hansong said this news, the Grandmaster powerhouse on the other side of the phone was silent for a long time. Finally, he gave a reply. They would represent CCMAU in the battle. Fang Ping laughed. It's good to feel the pressure. Without it, CCMAU is almost done for. Does CCMU still think it's the same as before? As they spoke, the few of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping arranged accommodations for them on campus. The 3 of them went to make their own preparations. A rank 5 against a rank 6. They could not afford to be careless. On this day, the news of the exchange group members and martial arts university students wanting to learn from each other had spread among some people. Capital City. A few powerhouses' auras flashed and disappeared. Very quickly, they moved toward the south. All of this had nothing to do with Fang Ping. After settling Wang Jinyang and the others, Fang Ping did not wander around anymore. He returned to his dormitory. Fang Ping checked his stats once more. Wealth, 51. 8 billion converted. Vitality, 5,999 calories. 5,999 calories. Mentality, 899 hertz. 899 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 32 cubic meters plus. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. I'm short of almost 50 billion wealth to reach 100 billion. How much wealth can 4 divine weapons bring me? After defeating those guys, I don't know if we can still be friends. Fang Ping really wanted to have a few more friends like this. It was not that he wanted to scam more, but he wanted to understand more things. For example, he did not know about the 108 small territories that Su Zissou mentioned casually. The Southern Territory opening up 26 territories. To them, this news might only be a topic of conversation after a meal. However, to Fang Ping, this news was sometimes more important than money and wealth. It was a pity that he and MCMAU could not come into contact with these now. After all, MCMAU was just a school. It had only been established for 61 years. There are a lot of things that no one would tell you if you were not at that level. Whatever. It's best if I don't fail miserably in an easy task. Fang Ping took a deep breath. After all, they were all rank 6 martial artists. He should not treat bean buns like dry food. The night was uneventful. The next day, March 19th, Friday. Early in the morning, Fang Ping knocked on Lu Fengru's door. When she saw Fang Ping, the first thing Lu Fengru checked out was the strength of his aura. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Lu Fengru's not too bad made Fang Ping a little depressed. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It's not about breaking through to rank 6. He could guess what Lu Fengru was thinking. They probably thought that he was here to report the good news that he had entered rank 6. Lu Fengru said calmly, "Do you think I care about you breaking through to rank 6? Who do you think I am? I'm a rank 7 martial artist. Would I be worried about you breaking through? Besides, you're my student. I can't wait for you to break through as soon as possible," something like that. Lu Fengru's heart wavered for a moment before she said, "Tell me, what is it?" For the past few days, she had been consolidating her cultivation and had not gone out for a few days. "Follow me to the number 1 field. Later, you can choose which divine weapon is suitable for you. Let's make do with it first. Currently, we don't have any conditions. When we have the conditions in the future, we can tailor-make a divine weapon for you." Lu Fengru did not say anything. She touched his forehead. Did this kid really wake up? He was making fun of her so early in the morning. Go and choose. Which divine weapon was suitable? Did he really think that divine weapons were cabbages. Or perhaps this kid had decided to steal old man Huang's monster and give it to her, his teacher? Fang Ping did not waste any time. He said immediately, it's true. After today, MCMAU will enter the era of grandmasters with all divine weapons. Fang Ping, before Lu Fengru could speak, Fang Ping rattled on for a while. Lu Fengru's expression changed again and again. In the end, she did not know whether to be happy or depressed. Then go and take a look. Be careful. Lu Fengru sighed. In the end, she still had to count on her student to prepare a divine weapon for her. It did not feel good. Besides, Wu Quishan and the rest had not left the Magic City catacombs yet. When they left the catacombs, they would suddenly discover that MCMAU had a few divine weapons. How would that feel? At the same time, the exchange group's bus entered MCMAU campus once again. However, compared to yesterday, there was one more person in the bus today. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. As the middle-aged man listened to the younger generation's discussion, he said softly, Brother Qinghai, isn't it too careless of the martial arts universities to arrange for a few students to fight with Southern Qi? Star City's martial artists shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? When Minister Wang heard this, he chuckled and said, Brotherly, I still have to warn you not to underestimate these students. The older generation of suppressing Star City's martial artists are all top-notch, including some of the youths. They are also outstanding and among the best. However, Li Fei and the others are still young. Martial arts university students are even younger than them. Minister Wang was silent for a moment. Then he said, These people, let's not talk about others. Let's talk about Yao Chengjun. He stayed in the Magic City catacombs for more than 2 years. After achieving rank 5 not long ago, he fought more than 40 battles, big and small, and killed more than 50 middle-ranked martial artists. The middle-aged man was silent. Minister Wang continued, Yao Qingjuan's battle record isn't the strongest. Even the weakest, Qin Fengqing, has entered the catacombs more than 50 times in the past few years. Every time he narrowly escaped death. He's a powerhouse who walked out of a pile of corpses. The middle-aged man's expression was slightly solemn. He turned his head to look at the few juniors who still knew nothing. He said softly, Let's wait and see. No matter what, he's 1 rank higher than them. Minister Wang nodded and did not say much. Star City had received the news, and the elders had come. In that case, he had fulfilled his responsibility, lest these people found it unacceptable in the end. Chapter 461. McMao. Field number 1. On the rostrum. Old man Li looked into the distance, frowning slightly. Lu Fengru's brows moved slightly too, saying, 2 rank 8s, 1 rank 7. There's 1 more rank 8 powerhouse. Old man Li touched his chin, saying, If they fight, it'll be fine if old Wang doesn't intervene. If he does, we won't be able to win. Lu Fengru's expression was ugly. She glanced at him, saying impatiently, What are you thinking about? This fellow, what was he thinking? Old man Li grinned, saying, Winning 5 divine weapons. Even those people should feel the pinch. If they really fall out and fight, don't they think about it? This is Magic City. Magic City doesn't mean that they won't dare to do it. Who knows what they're thinking? Anyway, be prepared. As he said that, old man Li said again, 5 divine weapons, the bet has been set. They're already in MCMAU's pocket. We won't give them away. Beside him, Fang Ping said softly, Instructor, it's not that bad, right? They're all rich people. It's only 5 divine weapons. Only. Old man Li gave him a look. Kid, you're even crazier than me. Ignoring him, old man Li smiled, saying, We'll talk about it later. At most, we don't want it anymore. It's not a big deal. When you're capable later, rob their lair. Fang Ping said softly, Do you know where it is? Around Taihang Mountains. Old man Li chuckled, saying, Probably over there. I'm not sure where exactly. There should be a lot of them. Don't tell me they're hiding underground. Not necessarily. Old man, Lee said, faintly, a rank 9 paragon has some capabilities. Maybe it's beyond our expectations. You know about the mentality barrier. When they're a rank 9 paragon, do you think they can seal off an area? Fong Ping's expression changed slightly, muttering, It's possible. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of some myths and legends. You know about the blessed grotto heaven, right? You said before that there are some rank 8 golden bodies hidden in the sect world. Do you think they're also hidden in a place like this? After all, if there are powerhouses hiding, although the sect is still mysterious, a powerhouse like you should be able to sense them when they get close. They can't hide their aura forever like mice, right? Old man Lee shook his head and said, Don't look into it too deeply. If you do, you'll find out that there are too many secrets. If there really is such a place, doesn't it mean that the sect also has a 9th grade paragon? You have to know that martial arts universities have only risen in the modern era. Since ancient times, the sects have always been respected. Nowadays, some hidden rank 9 paragons can't possibly be from martial arts universities, right? I think some of them might be from a sect. Old man Lee muttered, That's true. Forget it, I don't care anymore. Even if you know all this, it's useless. Don't tell me you still want to go to them and dig up some treasures? Fong Ping laughed. I don't have that ability now. Old man Lee glanced at him. So, you really want to go when you become capable in the future? After chatting for a while, Old man Lee said, He's here. What's your arrangement? Qin Feng Qing first, Yao Qingjun second, Wang Jinyang third, Li Hansong fourth, me last. Old man Lee nodded slightly and did not say anything. He stood up and said, Let's go and see if the other party's elders are here. I'm still very curious about these people. The ranking list doesn't seem to have their names. Lu Fengru stood up at the same time and walked down the stage together. She was also a little curious about these people. That's Li Changsheng? Liamo took a look from afar and raised his eyebrows slightly. Not rank 8. He condensed a golden body in advance. Interesting. Liamo smiled and looked at Lu Fengru. After a while he said, That's Lu Zhen's daughter? Minister Wang nodded and said, That's her. I didn't expect that. She's already so old. In the blink of an eye, she has also entered rank 7. Liamo sighed. Time flies. Time is merciless. He looked young, but in reality he was from the same generation as Lu Zhen. Back then, he had also interacted with Lu Zhen. It was not surprising that he recognized Lu Fengru. Star City was not isolated from the world. It was just that he had not been to Magic City for many years. MCMAU's powerhouses also rarely went to the north. Otherwise, they would have met each other. Very soon, both parties met. Seeing Liamo, Lu Fengru's eyes moved. She suddenly said, I've seen you before. Liamo smiled lightly and nodded. It's been 30 years. It's almost that many years. Back then, when your father brought you to West Mountain, we met. As he said that, Liamo smiled and said, Congratulations. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the little girl from back then has also become a rank 7. Lu Fengru nodded slightly and did not say much. Minister Wang saw this and smiled. Let me introduce everyone. This is MCMAU's Dean Li Changxing and Dean Lu Fengru. This is Star City's Liamo. Liamo took the initiative to speak. Liamo, Old man Li suddenly said. I heard my teacher mention it once. Almost 50 years ago, not many years after MCMAU was founded, a genius martial artist came to challenge him. His name is also Liamo. Yes, it's me. Liamo did not deny it. Then he said with some emotion, I didn't expect that after 50 years, martial artists from Star City would come to MCMAU again. Old man Li smiled and said, The result is the same. Liamo looked at him deeply and smiled faintly. I was defeated back then. However, how many people are like him? MCMAU's old vice-chancellor might not be famous, but he was a true prodigy martial artist. He took over MCMAU at a young age and led MCMAU step by step to become stronger. His own cultivation was actually delayed. Otherwise, he might have achieved rank 9 long ago. Old Man Lee did not deny what the other party said. His longevity sword was also considered a prodigy of his generation. Compared to his teacher, there was still a big gap. Not paying attention to this, Old Man Lee said again, Star City? Haven't you always been secretive and hidden? Why are you making it public this time? Lee Mo chuckled and said, You may have misunderstood. Star City is not hidden from the world, nor is it isolated from the world. We have our own mission. Everyone is just doing their job. The reason why we don't move around in the outside world is not because we want to escape like you think. Before this, Vice Chancellor Wu of your school brought up this matter. She must be somewhat dissatisfied. However, I still want to say that the so-called seed preservation plan is only to give some children a little hope, to give a few old ancestors a little comfort. Actually, this plan has been going on for many years. Who would abandon their homeland and wander around until they are in despair? Nowadays, many people actually came out from Star City. They are all seeds of the seed preservation plan back then. I am one of them. Of course, you may think that I can't represent anything, but Commander Li Zhen from the military department should be enough to prove a lot of things, right? Old Man Li's expression changed. He said in a low voice, Commander Li came from Star City? That's right. Speaking of which, he is somewhat related to me. Li Mo smiled and said, It's not just Commander Li Zhen. Actually, there are many people from the military department who also came from Star City. These people were also part of the people who ran away in your eyes. But now, they are also fighting on the front lines. To give some juniors a little hope so that they will not despair. When they reach that level, they will naturally make their own choices. Actually, many of the seeds have killed more enemies than you have. Today, I said so much because I don't want us to be divided. Everyone's goal is the same. Old Man Lee said indifferently, You don't have to explain so much to us. You've lived for so long. What can't you see? The Vice-Chancellor's anger earlier was not because of this. Li Mo chuckled. That's for the best. MCMAU is a famous school after all. All these years, it has nurtured countless martial artists. If you really have any complaints, we can all sit down and have a good talk to avoid internal strife. Old Man Lee chuckled. That won't be necessary. MCMAU is not the kind of people who can't see the big picture. The Grandmaster Powerhouse's conversation was not made public. Instead, they set up a mentality barrier. Fong Ping did not care. He did not eavesdrop this time. He would naturally know when he asked Old Man Lee and the others. At this moment, Fong Ping was chatting with Jiang Chao and the others. He introduced Wang Jinyang and the others. Li Fei and the others did not care too much. No matter how much they introduced them, they were only rank 5 martial artists. No matter how famous they were, no one from the martial arts universities could beat Fong Ping. Even Fong Ping and the others did not care too much, let alone those who were weaker than Fong Ping. After a brief conversation, Jiang Chao said impatiently, When are we competing? Who's the first one on your side? Hurry up and finish the fight. Baldy, prepare more energy fruits. I want to eat them after the fight. Qin Fengqing was currently holding an A-class Changdao in his hand. He did not have time to deal with this fatty earlier. He had been holding his saber in a daze. After hearing Jiang Chao's words, Qin Fengqing suddenly grinned. Are you in such a hurry to die? TSK. Jiang Chao looked indifferent. Beside him, Su Zissou tugged at him. Don't be so ungentlemanly. Jiang Chao pursed his lips. Qin Fengqing grinned. I'm also the first one. Fatty, do you know? These guys don't think highly of me. They say that I'm the weakest and want me to go first. But I'm thinking I'm weak. It's not a big problem to beat a fake rank 6 like you. Don't you think so? You. Qin Fengqing interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. You want to finish the fight as soon as possible. I want it too. I haven't beaten anyone up in a long time. Do you all think that I, Qin Fengqing, am weak? Qin Fengqing glared at Fang Ping and the rest, dissatisfied. You're all looking down on me, aren't you? I, Qin Fengqing, will prove it to you today. Fang Ping ignored him. He glanced at the grandmasters beside him and smiled. When the grandmasters are done talking, we'll start. Everyone, don't be impatient. There's no rush. As soon as he said that, the grandmasters stopped talking. Li Emo glanced at Fang Ping and the rest, then at Li Fei and the rest. He said lightly, fight well. Yes. Li Fei and the rest responded hurriedly. Old man Li chuckled. Fang Ping, don't ruin the reputation of martial arts universities. Do your best. Understood. At this point, the friendly match had officially begun. Fang Ping nodded at Li Fei and the rest, then left with Wang Jinyang and the rest. It was not convenient for everyone to mingle during a match. Sometimes it was not convenient for others to overhear their conversations. Both parties separated and walked to the two sides of the rostrum. When they reached the resting area, Fang Ping suddenly turned to look at Qin Fengqing. Although I didn't expect you to win, even if you lose, you can't lose too badly. Yesterday, you said a bunch of tough words. Today, you were defeated so easily. You're the one who's embarrassed. The smile on Qin Fengqing's face gradually faded. Very quickly, it became playful again. He grinned. Fang Ping, do you really think that I, Qin Fengqing, only know how to run? Fang Ping chuckled. Are you trying to prove it to me? No. Qin Fengqing shook his head and smiled. What's the point of proving it to you? I don't need to prove myself to anyone. I just want to let myself know that I'm the strongest. No one is stronger than me. Then I'll wait and see. You just wait and see. Qin Fengqing's face was full of arrogance. He caressed the Changdao in his hand lightly and chuckled. If some people didn't mutate, I would have killed 10 of them. How dare they be so arrogant in front of me? Qin Fengqing. Saber. Sooner or later. We'll chop them until they call us daddy, isn't that right? Fang Ping said nothing. Wang Jinyang and the rest ignored him. You've said so many harsh words. If you get beaten up badly later, it'll be embarrassing. At this moment, on the platform, Minister Wang walked out and said, We're all martial artists. This is also a private duel. There's no need for so many rules. Both sides will take turns to fight until all 5 people on one side are defeated. Next, whoever wants to fight, just come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fengqing leaped and landed on the field. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, was leisurely eating an energy fruit as he walked down the resting area. He chuckled. Looking for a fight so soon? Qin Fengqing did not speak, but his vitality was boiling in an instant. It was vitality, not vitality. The Qin Fengqing at this moment was different from his usual frivolous self. His expression was cold and stern. Jiang Chao's movements paused slightly. He swallowed the energy fruit in one gulp, but did not take out the remaining energy fruits to eat. He walked toward the field quietly. Resting area. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Honestly, I've known him for so long, but I've never seen him fight in the arena. When I went to the catacombs with him, this guy didn't put in much effort. If he could win, he fought. If he couldn't, he ran. What left the deepest impression was that he ran very fast and was very slippery. Tell me, how far can he fight? Fang Ping had never seen Qin Fengqing fight in the arena. He had seen Qin Fengqing and Xia Lei fight, but they were all from the same school. Qin Fengqing and Xia Lei's fight was also a real duel. It was not like Fang Ping and the others, who also fought with all their might during the championship. Wang Jinyang squinted slightly. Don't underestimate him. This guy is very ruthless. If he really wants to fight, he won't be weak. When I was peak rank 1, my bone marrow force had already recovered and I was twice honed. He had only honed once. When we fought, I was almost killed by his saber. Xie Lei was not as good as him. I fought Xie Lei for 3 minutes. I fought him for 6 seconds. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. When martial artists fought, it did not mean that the longer they fought, the more powerful they were. If the winner was decided in 6 seconds, it meant that there was either a huge difference in strength between both parties, or it was extremely dangerous, where life and death could be decided easily. Wang Jinyang's words clearly did not mean to belittle Qin Fengqing. When they went to the catacombs, he was a rank, for while Qin Fengqing was only a rank 3. Wang Jinyang did not think that the other party was a burden, which was enough to prove everything. Beside him, Yao Changjun also said in a low voice, "He's doing very well in the Magic City catacombs, running wherever there's danger. I've seen him come back with heavy injuries more than once or twice. This guy's personality is not very likable, but his strength is not bad. Then I'll really have to take a good look today." Fang Ping's interest was piqued. Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun were both arrogant people. Although they did not show it, it was a fact. If they felt that Qin Fengqing was not weak, then he was definitely not weak. Fang Ping really did not have much of an idea. He only knew that this guy Qin Fengqing was bold. That was enough. In the middle of the field, the killing intent on Qin Fengqing's body became heavier and heavier. On the opposite side, Jiang Chao's expression gradually turned solemn. It seemed that he had underestimated this baldy. He was a middle stage rank 6, while the other party was only early stage rank 5. The gap was huge, more than 1 rank. On the rostrum, seeing the situation, Minister Wang suddenly shouted, "Begin!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Fengqing stomped on the ground fiercely. The ground collapsed instantly. Qin Fengqing was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, appearing in front of the other party in an instant. Jiang Chao was not standing still. When Qin Fengqing charged over, Jiang Chao also stepped into the air. His chubby figure did not seem clumsy at all, kicking toward Qin Fengqing's head in the air. With this kick, Jiang Chao's boots exploded with a dazzling light. Even the air exploded from the kick. In front of his boots, a tornado-like energy and vitality fluctuation rolled up, sweeping toward Qin Fengqing's entire body in an instant. Qin Fengqing did not hesitate at all. Without even looking, he charged straight into the tornado. In the rest area on the other side, Su Zissou exclaimed softly, "Why didn't this baldy evade?" Jiang Chao's kick just now was not without technique. This was a custom-made battle technique. The tornado-like energy and blood energy formed a whirlpool, and when it cut into a person's body, it was not the slightest bit weaker than an alloy weapon cutting into the flesh. Why didn't Qin Fengqing evade? He knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and the other party's. Moreover, the other party had a pair of god weapon boots. All his strength was probably in his legs. If he were to fight a protracted battle and evade battle, he might lose very badly in the end. What did these people lack? Ruthlessness. This was also the other party's only weakness. Once the combat technique was used, Jiang Chao probably did not expect that the baldy opposite him not only did not evade, but also charged straight at him without even blinking. Just as Su Zissou exclaimed, Qin Fengqing's figure had already rushed through the vortex. His clothes were instantly torn, and his arms were instantly covered with countless cuts. However, he was wearing a rank 6 beast inner armor, so his torso was not injured. Qin Fengqing did not care about his injuries at all. As soon as he rushed out, before Jiang Chao had time to change his move, his Changdao was already ready. With a flash of cold light, he slashed down instantly. Bang! A loud noise was heard. The moment the Changdao slashed down, Jiang Chao also hurriedly blocked it. He kicked at the Changdao, causing violent sparks to erupt. In the collision, Jiang Chao took a small step back. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, suffered the greater impact. but he did not retreat at all. A flush flashed across his face. With a roar, he wielded his saber and slashed madly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard. Qin Fengqing did not let up. With his early-stage rank 5 strength, he forcefully suppressed Jiang Chao. In the resting area, Li Fei clenched his fists and shouted, "Fight back!" Li Fei and the others were about to explode in anger. "Fight back! You're a middle-stage rank 6, yet you're being suppressed the moment you arrive. Don't you feel ashamed?" In the middle of the arena, Jiang Chao's expression was also ugly. In a rage, he pushed the Changdao away with one foot and kicked out the energy vortex with the other. Qin Fengqing roared again. His body expanded, and he rushed into the vortex for the second time. This time, as he rushed out, he grabbed Jiang Chao's right foot. His hand was instantly mangled, and the ear-piercing sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Jiang Chao's boots exploded with an even more powerful vitality force, mincing the flesh on his hand. Qin Fengqing laughed sinisterly. He, who had been silent all this while, suddenly grinned and said, "Got you!" Before he finished speaking, Qin Fengqing's vitality surged, and his bald head turned blood red. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing gripped his opponent's foot tightly. With his other hand, he swung his saber toward his opponent's neck. Jiang Chao roared. At the same time, a powerful vitality wave exploded from both his legs, mincing the flesh on Qin Fengqing's left hand. The vitality was still spreading, heading toward his arm. With his other leg, he kicked sideways in the air, flipped his body, and kicked toward his Changdao. At this moment, Jiang Chao was about to curse. "He's crazy. What's the use of grabbing me?" All his strength was in his legs. It was not difficult for him to break Qin Fengqing's arm, not to mention that he did not only have one leg. At rank 6, there was no such thing as falling when both legs moved at the same time. They were all people who could fly. Flight step was a basic skill. Just as he minced Qin Fengqing's arm with one leg and kicked toward the Changdao, Qin Fengqing was smiling brightly. On his bald head, the blood-red color became even more intense. At the moment when both his legs erupted, Qin Fengqing pulled his leg with all his might. Both of them were a little closer. At this moment, the big bald head was completely blood-red. Before many people could react, Qin Fengqing's head crashed into Jiang Chao, who had just gotten closer. At this moment, it was not his head that crashed into him. It was a saber. In the rest area, Fang Ping stood up abruptly. His expression was solemn, and he growled, "You're courting death!" Even if Jiang Chao, a rank 5 martial artist who had yet to forge his skull, and a middle-stage rank 6 martial artist, was in a state where his vitality was extremely dense, crashing into a rank 6 martial artist with his head, was this not courting death? Just his vitality defense alone might not be able to break through. Beside him, Wang Jingyang's expression was solemn as he muttered, "This bastard is using his body to forge a saber. He might be able to break through the defense." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Fengqing's head had already crashed into Jiang Chao's slightly plump belly. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Jiang Chao spat out a mouthful of blood. His right leg had also completely minced Qin Fengqing's left arm into white bones. His left leg had even sent the Changdao flying with a kick. However, Qin Fengqing did not care at all. Using himself as a saber, his head slammed into Jiang Chao's belly crazily. Every time they collided, both of them spat out blood. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fengqing roared crazily again as Jiang Chao swung his fist at him, slamming his head into the other's belly. Uft! Jiang Chao felt like his liver and intestines were being torn apart. It was so painful that tears were about to fall. Blood continued to spurt out of his mouth. For a moment, the pain slowed down his counterattack. As soon as he slowed down, Qin Fengqing did not hold back. His bloody head continued to slam into Jiang Chao madly. After who knew how long, Qin Fengqing suddenly took a step back and yelled, "Surrender!" The entire arena was silent. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was drenched in blood. His left arm was bone white, and the flesh on his head was also tumbling. The fellow shook his head, not caring at all. After a roar, he walked to the side and picked up the Changdao, cursing, "Mother of Asterisker, you have the inner armor to protect you. Otherwise, I would have slammed straight through your stomach. Let's see if you can still play ball. Forget it, I'm not fighting anymore. I'll spare your life." On the other hand, Jiang Chao did not have the attitude of a victor. He was half kneeling on the ground, his face covered in tears. Mother of Asterisker, this fellow had smashed his intestines into pieces. The most important thing was that after the collision, the other party surrendered. What was this? Qin Fengqing walked to the resting area valiantly and in high spirits. Jiang Chao was still half kneeling on the ground, holding his stomach and moaning softly. Lunatic! Jiang Chao's injury was not too serious. To a rank 6 martial artist, this kind of injury was nothing. The important thing was that it really hurt to the bone. He did not even have the chance to unleash his full strength, and the fight was over. Qin Fengqing ran away because after the collision, Jiang Chao was only slightly injured. At least, that was how Qin Fengqing saw it. Jiang Chao's injury was not light. If the fight went on and Jiang Chao reacted, he would be crushed on the ground. Because of this fellow took the initiative to attack for a while before surrendering. From the moment the two of them exchanged blows until Qin Fengqing surrendered, it took less than 10 seconds. The loser walked away arrogantly, but the winner was kneeling on the ground, holding his stomach and moaning. At this moment, Li Fei and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Something even more embarrassing happened. As soon as Qin Fengqing left, Jiang Chao also walked back, holding his stomach. Seeing this, Li Fei said angrily, "You're the winner." "My intestines are broken. It hurts." Jiang Chao was in so much pain that he did not want to fight anymore. There were still a few people after all. Li Fei and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as this fellow walked back to the resting area. On the other side, Qin Fengqing, covered in blood, was talking and laughing with Fang Ping and the others as if nothing had happened. Li Fei and the others' faces flushed red instantly. This was 2F*King embarrassing. Chapter 462. Fang Ping and the rest chatted loudly, laughing and chatting. In reality, Qin Fengqing was about to curse. After a few jokes, he scolded in a low voice, "Give me some healing pills." Fang Ping ignored him and looked at Wang Jinyang, saying, "He used his body to forge a saber. Does that mean he used a certain part of his body to forge a weapon?" "Yes." "He forged his brain, right?" "Yes." "He didn't hone his skull. If he wants to strengthen his brain, he'll have to hit his head against steel every day. This is the most suitable method of forging, right?" "More or less." Fang Ping understood. "No wonder. I was wondering why his brain was getting dumber. So that's the reason." Qin Fengqing's expression was dark. He gritted his teeth and said, "I did hit steel. You're not convinced?" Speaking of which, Fang Ping was right. This guy thought too much. Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. "These guys must be crazy. I used my body to forge a saber. Shouldn't these guys admire me? If it was someone else who knew how he trained his brain, they would probably admire him to the extreme. Right? It was so sad to hang out with these guys." Qin Fengqing lamented in his heart. That was right. It was common for these guys to get hurt. It was just hitting their head against steel. It was nothing. This guy, Fang Ping, seemed to have been beaten into a skeleton. It was a pity he did not see it. The kind of injury where his flesh and blood completely collapsed was like a game to him. The pain was unimaginable to ordinary people. If it were those guys opposite him, Qin Fengqing's eyes showed a hint of contempt. Although this bastard Fang Ping was always fooling him, compared to these guys, He was a tough guy among tough guys. If it were them, they would probably die from the pain. Qin Fengqing was still thinking. Fang Ping sighed. Grow some brains. Qin Fengqing's expression was ugly. I won. You won. Fang Ping was speechless. Which eye of yours saw you win? He was too lazy to say more. Fang Ping sighed. How long will it take for you to recover from this injury? Give me some good pills. Half a month. If not, at least more than a month. Are you an idiot? Fang Ping was helpless. He said in a low voice, there are 2 rank 8s on the rostrum. He was a big shot from the Ministry of Education. As a student, he could just call him teacher. If you took your skeletal hand and swung it a few hundred times until it was about to fall off, do you think Minister Wang would care if you used up a little bit of imperishable substance? It wasn't a serious injury, so he could probably recover in a day. If he doesn't save you, you won't leave. You'll just stand beside him with your skeletal arms raised. Is he embarrassed, or are you embarrassed? Do you care about losing face? Mixing some of the imperishable substance could not only heal injuries, but it could also strengthen one's body. How great would that be? Idiot, you still have the time to brag to us, and you still have the face to ask me for healing pills? Fang Ping cursed. Realization dawned on Qin Fengqing's face. Holy shit! Fang Ping, this cunning bastard, was indeed cunning, although he was also very smart and thick-skinned. Now it seemed that he was still lacking a little bit compared to Fang Ping. Qin Fengqing stood up and was about to run when Fang Ping shouted, "Wait!" Qin Fengqing tilted his head, looking confused. Do you see that fatty over there? Qin Fengqing glanced at Jiang Chao and said disdainfully, I saw a coward. Are you an idiot? Fang Ping cursed again and said in a low voice, He's rich. He's rich. Look at him. What is he doing? Qin Fengqing took a look and could not help but gulp. That bastard was taking pills, eating energy fruits, and then he even drank a small drop of life essence. This fatty had suffered such a small injury, yet he was so wasteful. He must be crazy. Fang Ping sighed. If you don't fight, we won't be friends. Although you beat him up, these second-generation brats admire those tough guys the most. Not the way you are now, but the way you were just now. Go over and praise him, but don't be too obvious. You know what you should say. Have an attitude of, if you don't fight, support him, then vomit 3 liters of blood. These guys look so rich, it shouldn't be a problem to freeload some pills for free, right? We're poor. I'm fine, but what do you, Qin Fengqing, have? Do you still care about this little bit of face? If you build a good relationship with these guys, their families are all rich. Maybe in the future, Qin Fengqing, rank 5 to rank 6 resources, will all be given away by them. Right. I think that little girl, Su Zissou, is more soft-hearted. Put your main target on her, kid. If it doesn't work out, see if you can sell your body and hook up with her. If she really hooks up with you, you'll have a big backer in the future. As for Zhou, Chiyu, cough, if you're so capable, you can take all of them. I'm too lazy to care about this. Most people would probably start cursing at this moment. What kind of person did he think Qin Fengqing was? However, Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and asked in a low voice, That? I said before that I'm very rich. Isn't that destroying my image? Fang Ping said indifferently, Just say that no matter who wins or loses this time, you'll donate everything you have to MCMAU. It's easy for a man not to carry extra wealth. Is that so? Qin Fengqing understood. In the next moment, without Fang Ping's guidance, he walked toward the opposite side valiantly and in high spirits. Wang Jinyang and the others glanced at Fang Ping. After a while, Wang Jinyang said faintly, You never speak the truth. Fang Ping sneered. Don't give me that. Let me ask you if there's a girl on the other side who has taken a fancy to you, and her old ancestor has promised to help you find your instructor, help you revitalize NMAU, and ask you to sell your body. Will you do it? F***CK. Lao Wang's reply was very straightforward. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Looks like I have to give them a good beating later." "Let's beat them up first. If you don't have any ability, they won't look up to you. If you beat them up and then express your goodwill, these people might even treat you as a hero. As for selling his body, whatever, why would men care about such things? If he could really persuade their ancestor, all of this wouldn't be a problem." Off to the side, Yao Qingjun snorted coldly. "A few scum of the martial arts universities." Li Hansong said thoughtfully, "I think Qin Fengqing still has a chance. Old Wang, you are a little lacking. I think I'm not bad too, but what if a guy takes a fancy to us?" Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping almost choked to death. Iron Head, this fellow had been corrupted. What a lame joke. On the other side, seeing Qin Fengqing walking over fiercely, Li Fei and the others' expressions turned ugly. Was he here to show off? A few of them glared fiercely at Jiang Chao, who was still stuffing his face. It was all this bastard's fault, making a fool of himself. Qin Fengqing walked over. Seeing that everyone was staring at him coldly, he suddenly looked at Jiang Chao and said mildly, "Fatty, you're slightly stronger than I thought. I thought I could win, but I didn't expect to still lose." Jiang Chao was a little confused. He raised his head and looked at him. Qin Fengqing continued, "You stepped down early, so you have some self-awareness. I'm not a ruthless person to my own people. Yao Changjun came from the military department and killed people like flies. It's normal for him to kill you straight away when he steps up. I like people like you who have self-awareness. From now on, I'll treat you as half a friend." "You didn't hit me hard?" Jiang Chao was stunned. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. "So you weren't ruthless before?" Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly. "You call this ruthless?" "Under normal circumstances, when I meet martial artists like you, who are stronger than me, I'll self-destruct the Celestial Bridge and kill one by one. But considering that you guys aren't too bad, I'll let it go this time." The few of them were stunned. "We were just sparring." "Sparring, understand?" Seeing that they were looking at him, Qin Fengqing shouted, "There's no sparring in the ring. On the ring, it's a battle of life and death. Don't think that ring battles are for fun. When martial artists fight, accidents happen everywhere. Treat every battle, whether it's ring battles, sparring battles, or anything else, as a battle of life and death. With your mindset, once you leave your elders, you'll die sooner or later. If you guys don't die, I'm afraid you'll never understand this principle." Once he said that, everyone fell silent. Qin Fengqing did not say anything else. He turned to leave, but suddenly his body went limp and blood spurted out of his mouth. "Baldy, are you okay? What's wrong? Is his injury acting up?" "Jiang Chao, you're too ruthless." "Stop talking. Do you have any more life essence? Give him some." The crowd was noisy. Someone took out life essence. Qin Fengqing, who was already in a semi-conscious state, almost had his mouth on the other party's bottle. "Feed it to me, quickly. You're still chatting." On the rostrum, Minister Wang, who was about to announce the second battle, glanced below the stage. His face was stiff. Beside him, Lu Fengru turned her head to the side, not looking over. Old Man Li muttered to himself, "How many students are we recruiting this year? The school's resources are a little lacking. We can't recruit too many students." These two people did not seem to see Qin Fengqing, nor did they see that he was seriously injured and dying. Liemo looked at them, then at Qin Fengqing. After a while, he could not help but laugh. "MCMAU students. Interesting." Before this, Liemo's face was gloomy. Jiang Chao was beaten off the stage just like that. He only felt that it was embarrassing, but now it was even more embarrassing. These idiots were really hopelessly stupid. Although he was angry, Liemo still smiled. These kids are all pure and kind. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Minister Wang turned a deaf ear to him, pretending that he did not hear his self-consolation. "If you say you're pure and kind, then so be it. as long as you're happy. These kids coming to MCMAU was probably their biggest mistake. Ignoring the noisy scene below, Minister Wang shouted, "The second battle begins!" Beside him, Yao Qingjun walked off the stage with his gun. On the other side, Qin Fengqing had finally drunk a drop of life essence. He was ecstatic, but he crawled up and frowned. What a fuss! Why are you guys making a fuss about such a small injury? Let's compete. I'll go up and take a look. We'll talk again if fate wills it. After saying this fellow immediately ran towards Minister Wang. If he could get some imperishable substances, today's battle would not have been in vain. He had earned big. Jiang Xian had not even entered the stage from Li Fei's side when Qin Fengqing was already swinging his bony arm in front of Minister Wang. He reported to Li Changsheng and the others, "Just a small injury. It's nothing serious. It's nothing. I just want to show the Ministry of Education and Martial Arts University's prestige." His hands did not stop moving, almost reaching out to Minister Wang's face. Minister Wang's expression was dark. He did not glare at Qin Fengqing, but at Old Manly. "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What have you guys taught MCMAU?" Old Manly felt wrong too. "This is not my fault. If Fang Ping did not instruct me, I would have written my name upside down." Minister Wang cursed in his heart, but this kid was swinging his bony arm in front of him, looking as if he would shake him to death if he did not heal him. Minister Wang felt extremely helpless. He casually shot a golden light at his hand. The flesh on Qin Fengqing's arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. With that, Qin Fengqing finally calmed down. After he calmed down, this fellow did not return to Fang Ping's side. Instead, he ran to Jiang Chao and the others. Liamo was about to reach out, but he quickly retracted his hand. Forget it. He would not embarrass himself. It would be good for those kids to learn their lesson. However, Liamo still said mildly, "This Qin Fengqing is quite cunning." Old Man Li smiled faintly. "Qin Fengqing is still very simple." "Yes, old man. You have to believe me. Qin Fengqing is a simple child. With your eyesight, you can't even tell who the mastermind is. How can you be a rank 8? Don't embarrass yourself." Qin Fengqing continued to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle. On the field, the second battle had already begun. On Li Fei's side, there were 3 girls. Jiang Xian was the only one who had entered middle stage rank 6. This woman used a divine weapon longsword. Having learned her lesson from Jiang Chao earlier, Jiang Xian unleashed her big move the moment she came up. After the explosion, she hurriedly left the spot. She was worried that Yao Qingjun would forcefully break through her big move. Just like Qin Fengqing, she directly engaged in close combat. It was fine for Jiang Chao to be hit, but she was a girl. It was too embarrassing to be hit like that. As a result, as soon as she left, Yao Qingjun unleashed his mentality directly. It was not only his mentality. His powerful mentality was mixed with the thick smell of blood. The nauseating smell of blood quickly erupted from his long spear. At this moment, countless scenes of killing on the battlefield appeared in Jiang Xian's mind. Broken limbs were everywhere. Blood, intestines, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Countless corpses piled up like a mountain. At this moment, Jiang Xian's movements stopped for a moment. Her face turned pale, revealing a hint of struggle. She had never seen such a scene before. While her mind was still rejecting this scene, Jiang Xian could already smell the stench of blood. At this moment, the stress response of a rank 6 powerhouse manifested. Jiang Xian regained her senses instantly. Yao Qingjuan's figure was already in front of her. At this moment, Yao Qingjun was like a god of death. His entire body exuded a thick smell of blood. His gaze was so cold that the moment Jiang Xian met his gaze, she could not help but want to avoid his murderous gaze. "Kill!" A cold, murderous shout mixed with mentality oscillations struck Jiang Xian's mind once again. Jiang Xian sensed danger. She waved her long sword with all her might and stabbed at Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjun raised his long spear. The oscillation force on the long sword made his body tremble. The long spear also let out a sorrowful cry. However, Yao Qingjun continued to shout coldly and violently, "Die!" From the beginning to the end, Yao Qingjun was cold, cruel, and full of blood. From Fang Ping's perspective, Yao Qingjun was purely scaring a child. In the resting area, Fang Ping sighed, "Old Yao is too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you scaring people?" Killing intent, blood. These things were normal after killing too many people. Others aside, when Fang Ping fought with the rank 3 Ling Yi, the killing intent that Ling Yi unleashed had dispersed his mentality. Although the capital city catacombs was relatively peaceful, there were still many battles. Ling Yi, that woman, was also a master who went to the catacombs all year round. She also killed people like flies. For some martial arts university powerhouses, unleashing these bloody auras during a fight was completely useless. They had been to real battlefields. Fang Ping, a master who went to the catacombs only a few times, had experienced a large-scale battle between middle and low ranks. There were countless deaths and injuries. Who would care too much about this? However, it had to be said that Yao Qingjuan's killing intent combined with his mentality was really a super killer move for Jiang Xian. At this moment, both of them had already fought many times in midair. The sound of spear and sword colliding was endless. However, the sound of Jiang Xian's sword was intermittent. It would often be interrupted. Every time it was interrupted, it was accompanied by Yao Qingjuan's roar. This guy's vitality was not as good as his opponent's. His body strength was not as good as his opponent's. His weapon was also slightly inferior. In every collision, he was actually at a disadvantage. His arm that was holding the spear was already a bloody mess. However, every time Jiang Xian was intimidated by his mentality and killing intent, Yao Qingjun would attack crazily with a spear. Every strike was filled with the smell of blood. For a moment, he completely suppressed Jiang Xian, hitting her until she kept flying backward. Sometimes, even when Jiang Xian counterattacked, seeing that her sword was about to stab him, Yao Qingjun did not evade. He held the spear and stabbed it at the other party's head, looking like he wanted to die together with her. Jiang Xian did not dare to die together with him. She was extremely aggrieved and could only retreat. At this moment, her mentality was the same as Jiang Chao's just now. These people were all lunatics. On the rostrum, Liamo no longer said anything. His expression was slightly ugly. Was he going to lose again? Although he did not lose earlier, to him, it was no different from losing. Now, Jiang Xian was being suppressed the whole time. She was being suppressed by someone who was not as strong as her. Yao Qingjuan's mentality could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion, so the damage he could do to a middle-stage rank 6 martial artist was limited. As long as Jiang Xian's willpower was strong, she would not be affected too much. Unfortunately, Jiang Xian was a girl who had not experienced many hardships. Although she was strong, she was only in her 20s. In her 20s, she might not have experienced as much as the average girl in society. Where did her willpower come from? After so many times, Jiang Xian's mentality had long been out of balance. At this moment, she was yelling in midair. Her long sword kept exploding with powerful energy and vitality waves, but it was somewhat out of order. No matter how powerful the move was, it still had to hit the opponent. Yao Qingjun, who was previously brave and invincible, was now incomparably calm as he provoked the other party into disorder. He did not attack anymore, focusing mainly on dodging. Even when Jiang Xian's sword aura was slashing his body into a bloody mess, Yao Qingjun did not bat an eyelid. He slowly led the other party to continue unleashing big moves, provoking her emotions. The destructive sword aura kept exploding in midair. Yao Qingjun did not go far. He wandered around the area of the explosion, lest the other party stopped unleashing her attacks when he left. Seeing this, Liemo sighed softly and shook his head slightly. She was probably going to lose. This martial artist from the military school was wearing down Jiang Xian's willpower, draining her vitality and destroying her drive. If this continued, as long as Yao Qingjun could hold on until Jiang Xian was at her weakest, he could unleash a killer move and kill her in one hit. The reality was not out of this peak rank 8 powerhouses' expectations. Jiang Xian unleashed dozens of attacks in a row. In the end, Yao Qingjun, who had previously fought her head-on, was now evading her attacks. This made her extremely angry, causing her to lose her sense of propriety. Just as Jiang Xian was about to unleash another attack and take a breath, Yao Qingjun, who had been evading all this time, moved. The next moment, a ripple appeared on the blood-red long spear. Kill! A loud roar resounded through heaven and earth. A dark red light flashed, piercing through the side of the long sword in the blink of an eye, instantly piercing Jiang Xian's chest. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Jiang Xian flew backward, blood spurting from her mouth continuously. At the same time, her coat was torn apart, revealing an inner armor glowing with gold light. The inner armor collided with the long spear, causing sparks to fly. The next moment, a huge recoil erupted from the inner armor, causing Yao Qingjun's long spear to wail even louder. As for Yao Qingjun, he kept retreating. His footsteps cracked the void, blood dripping from his hands onto the ground. The next moment, Yao Qingjun landed on the ground, creating countless potholes. Opposite him, Jiang Xian also fell to the ground, her face filled with grief and indignation. As for her injury, it was not too serious. The long spear did not penetrate the inner armor made from a rank 8 monster's golden armor. The vitality force that permeated it had instead caused Yao Qingjun's own injury to be quite serious. Compared to Jiang Chao, Jiang Xian was slightly better. She did not admit defeat and wanted to continue fighting. On the stage, Liemo sighed. Xian, admit defeat. Yao Qingjun did not have the intention to kill. Otherwise, the spear would have pierced her throat, not her chest. Grandpa Li, admit defeat. Jiang Xian looked unwilling. She could only say reluctantly, I admit defeat. After saying this, Jiang Xian's face flushed red. She turned and left. Yao Qingjun nodded slightly. Without saying anything, he turned and walked toward the resting area. His injury was not too serious, but his mentality was depleted. If he fought another one, he would be tortured. There was no need for that. After all, there were still a few more powerful characters. He had lost to them before and barely won against Li Hansong. However, Li Hansong was now a peak rank 5, 2 ranks higher than him. If they fought again, he would definitely not be a match for him. Strictly speaking, among the 3 of them, only Wang Jinyang might be on par with him. Fang Ping and Li Hansong would definitely beat him. Yao Qingjun and Jiang Xian had both left the stage. Li Fei and the rest no longer looked gloomy. Instead, they looked solemn. Qin Fengqing, who was beside them, added fuel to the fire. We don't want to kill anyone. Yao Qingjun was already going easy on us by not stabbing her in the head. Fatty, you were very wise to leave earlier. Otherwise, he might be soft on women, but he won't be soft on you. He'll pierce your throat and let you bleed. Jiang Chao shrunk his neck and whispered, Baldy, are the 3 at the back stronger? Qin Fengqing chuckled. They're just SO. They're just relying on the advantage of their ranks. Fang Ping and Li Hansong are both peak rank 5. For people like us, when we increase a rank, our combat strength will roughly double. If we calculate it, we're only 2 or 3 times stronger than Yao Qingjun. Jiang Chao's face was full of lingering fear. Then he looked relieved. He patted Qin Fengqing's shoulder and said gratefully, Luckily my opponent was you. You're only early stage rank 5. Thank you so much. Chapter 463. 2 battles ended, 1 win and 1 loss. Of course, in the arena battles, winning or losing was not important. What was important was who stood on the stage in the end. As soon as Yao Qingjun returned, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Go over there and exchange some feelings." You hit a girl. Aren't you embarrassed?" Yao Qingjun's expression darkened. "Let's fight. I'm weaker than her. Do you want me to go easy on her?" "Idiot. Go and ask if they have any mentality, recovery potions, or treasures. I suspect they do. Of course, they're not strong enough. They probably don't have them. Scout for information first." As Fang Ping said that, he lowered his voice and said, "Also, go and find out if there are any cultivation methods for mentality." Yao Qingjun's expression changed. "There shouldn't be. Otherwise, the government would definitely promote it. Mentality could not be actively cultivated. Under mentality-vitality fusion, it could only grow passively. As your body became stronger, so would your mentality. Of course, places like the Celestiality Pressure Room could also be used to train mentality. However, these were passive methods. When mentality-vitality fusion was achieved, vitality could nurture mentality. At rank 7, the energy inside the Sanjiao Gate could be nurtured. However, this was still a passive method. There was no way to actively cultivate one's mental power. Unlike vitality, Fang Ping and the rest might take pills, eat energy fruits, and use energy stones to speed up their cultivation. In reality, cultivating the methods of honing alone could continuously increase the strength of vitality. It was just that the speed was slower. The energy on Earth was very little in the past. That was why the government did not promote it. This was because normal people could not absorb much energy. Cultivating the methods of honing would easily harm the body. However, as the energy concentration increased, the methods of honing cultivation would probably be promoted to the whole nation soon. At that time, everyone would cultivate. Even if they did not take pills, it would still be enough to replenish the consumption of cultivation. Fang Ping said softly, "It's hard to say. Forget it. You're stupid. It's not easy to get information out of you. I'll ask later." Yao Qingjun kept quiet and sat down directly. "I'm not as cunning as you." Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang, who was preparing to enter the arena. He then looked at the third person with a serious expression. He said softly, "You guys have to be domineering at the front. I'll be the king at the back. Just leave it to me. Don't go easy on them. Even if we lose, let them remember that martial arts university students are not afraid of death and are very strong." Wang Jinyang nodded slightly and said softly, "What exactly do you want?" "I want to make friends with them." They know a lot of things. I invited you all here for this sparring match, so winning or losing isn't really that important. Of course, since we've raised the stakes, we still have to win. Don't treat this as a simple sparring match. Show us our strength and make friends. Only among geniuses there was a common language. If there was a chance, he would drag them down to the catacombs with him. It can save us a lot of trouble. Wang Jinyang's pupils constricted. He said in a low voice, "Take it easy. If you kill them and anger those experts, you won't be able to handle it." "I know. That's why we should make friends first." As Fang Ping said that, he nodded and said, "You go first." Wang Jinyang didn't say anything else and quickly walked into the field. As for Fang Ping, he glanced at Yao Qingjun and sighed. His personality is still the same. After so many years, he hasn't changed at all. Yao Qingjun frowned and glanced at him. "Are we close?" In fact, they had only met a few times. Beside him, Li Hansong said dryly, "Was he like this in the past?" "Yes, like a blockhead." Fang Ping shook his head and said helplessly, "He doesn't know how to be flexible." "Forget it. Let's not talk about this." "Fang Ping," Li Hansong hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Did you regain your memory?" Fang Ping smiled and shook his head. "No. Sometimes some scattered fragments will flash through my mind." Iron Head, don't tell anyone. We're all anomalies. We'll be targeted easily. I know. I haven't told anyone. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, What about you? You don't have any memory at all? No. Li Han Song smiled bitterly. Not at all. That's normal. Your strength is still a little low. I'm just referring to the past. The stronger you are, the faster you recover. Then, what rank were you then? Above the peak. Fong Ping's gaze was sharp. Definitely. At least, that's what I remember. Forget it. I really can't say any more. If I say any more, there'll be trouble. Having said that, he looked at Yao Qingjun and said, Old Yao, only us brothers know about what happened today. Don't tell anyone else. Yao Qingjun was speechless. What are you guys talking about? I don't even know. Yao Qingjun was still gloomy. Li Hansong patted his shoulder and chuckled. Old Yao, us brothers are of one mind. No matter what happened in the past, in this lifetime, we'll definitely quell the catacombs' threat. Li Hansong's words were sonorous and forceful. What he could not do in his past life, he must do it in this lifetime, so that his resurrection would not be in vain. Yao Qingjun was mentally exhausted. He did not ask much. He nodded and said, Quelling the catacombs' threat is our common dream. They chatted here. Opposite. Qin Fengqing picked up Jiang Chao's energy fruit and swallowed it, as if he did not care how valuable it was. As he ate, he helped analyze. You guys are probably going to lose this round. Wang Jinyang, don't be fooled by his silence. His strength is actually slightly stronger than Yao Qingjun's. In the previous championship, he defeated both Yao Qingjun and Li Hansong consecutively. Su Zissou asked curiously, Nanjiang Martial Arts University doesn't seem famous, right? It's not famous, and NMU's strength isn't that great either. But it's his own business that he's strong. As he said that, Qin Fengqing picked up another fruit and swallowed it. He said casually, This doesn't taste too good. Do you have anything that tastes better? Before Jiang Chao could speak, Su Zissou took out some energy fruits from her small bag and said with a grin, I have some here. They taste pretty good. Qin Fengqing reached out and grabbed a few. After taking a bite, he grinned and said, They taste pretty good. Fatty, you can't do it. You're only eating this fruit? It tastes terrible. The denser the energy, the better it tastes. Don't you know this? Jiang Chao said gloomily, I ate some on the way here. There's not much left now. Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. Don't you know how to save some? But these guys are really rich. Divine weapons, inner armor made from rank 8 golden body monster skin armor. Energy fruits that they eat as snacks. Every one of them has a lot of pills and life essence on them. They're so king rich that I want to rob them. Thoughts aside, Qin Fengqing said, If there's a chance next time, I'll bring you to the catacombs. There's a lot of good stuff in the catacombs. The energy mine under the royal city, the life essence of the guardian monster plant. Don't embarrass yourselves with this little bit of life essence. I once snatched a lot of life essence from the hands of a rank 9 monster plant. It's a pity that our instructor was injured, so I could only use it to heal him. This time, even the quiet Zhang Nanqi could not help but ask, You've been to the royal city before? Of course. Qin Fengqing smiled and said, Actually, there's nothing fun there. It's boring. Su Zissou asked curiously, Didn't they say that the royal city is very dangerous? You're only rank 5, right? Qin Fengqing smiled and said, It's dangerous, but as a martial artist, why would we care about this little bit of danger? Martial artists of my generation only fight to pacify the catacombs. If we don't even dare to go to the royal city, what's the point of fighting? The few of them had complicated expressions. Su Zissou bit her lip and said, I really envy you guys. Why don't men carry Wu Go and conquer 50 states? Martial artists should be like this, fighting heaven and earth, fearless. This kind of martial artist is a true martial artist. As soon as she said this, the others were a little sad. Li Fei suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "When we reach peak rank 6, our families will no longer restrict us. We can go wherever we want to." Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. F***CK, only peak rank 6 are considered adults? Thinking was just thinking. Qin Fengqing did not say it out loud. He said calmly, "Brotherly, if you guys can't go to the catacombs, it should be no problem to come to MCMAU to play, right? Next time, don't call your elders. When you go out, it's just the surface area, and you're already bringing along a rank 8 elder. To put it bluntly, I, Qin Fengqing, don't like this kind of person. Of course, if I really think it's dangerous, I'll go to your place as a guest when I'm free. We can all talk about martial arts together." Li Fei laughed dryly and said nothing. Outsiders were not allowed to enter their place, so it was not easy to answer. However, Qin Fengqing invited them to MCMAU as a guest. If he said he would not let them go to his place, it would be a little cold. Li Fei was silent. Jiang Chao smiled and said, "Baldy, I'll stay in MCMAU for a while after this. But you have to treat me with some delicious energy fruits." Qin Fengqing's expression changed slightly. He then shook his head and said, "That won't do. I'll forget about my stock if you guys win it this time. If you don't, I'm going to donate it all to MCMAU. Some of the juniors in MCMAU are lacking in cultivation resources now. I can't treat you guys with them just to satisfy my appetite. It's not that I'm stingy, but the juniors are going to enter the catacombs to fight to the death. It's better to give them a little more to save their lives than to enjoy it personally." Jiang Chao said in surprise, "I didn't know, Baldy. You're quite noble." Qin Fengqing smiled but did not say anything. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes. "I'm sorry. I've almost used up everything you're going to pretend in the future. Pretend again later. It shouldn't be as effective as my first time. Look, these guys are admiring and worshipping me now. You're the one who asked me to come. I can't do anything about it." On the other side, Fang Ping did not have time to bother with Qin Fengqing for now. On the field, Wang Jinyang had already started fighting with his opponent. Wang Jinyang entered the field with his bone marrow force permeating his body. His saber cut through the void, cutting across the field. When this guy unleashed his full power, he could fight a peak rank 6 for 30 seconds when he was just an early stage rank 5. His ability was definitely not weak. Fang Ping squinted, glanced at his opponent, and said in a low voice, "The more we fight, the more experienced the opponent is. The Sanjiao Gate has already appeared." At this moment, one of the 3 Sanjiao gates on top of Wang Jinyang's opponent's head was completely sealed. One of the other 2 doors had also been slightly closed. These spoiled brats had been fighting for so long. When this person unleashed his ability, he was stronger than the previous 2. He was not as flustered as Jiang Chao and Qin Fengqing. Li Hansong's expression was solemn. Did you notice? Their combat techniques are extremely suitable for them. They should be tailor-made for them. I'm afraid old Wang might be in danger." Fang Ping watched for a while and exhaled. "Brother Wang is preparing to injure both sides. He's doing this on purpose." Li Hansong rubbed his chin. "I want to try too. If they were injured, perhaps they could be revived." Before this, he did not feel much, but now he realized that after they were injured, they would recover some of their ability. At this moment, Li Hansong felt that being injured was acceptable, just as the 2 of them finished discussing. In the field, Wang Jinyang unleashed his ability. Ha! A loud roar shook everyone's heartstrings. In the next moment, a ring appeared in front of Wang Jinyang. The celestial bridge. Li Fei and the rest's expressions changed. The person fighting Wang Jinyang was also shocked. Was he going to self-destruct? Earlier, Qin Fengqing said that they had encountered a strong enemy and would self-destruct their celestial bridge. He heard it. Martial Arts University. Students were too cruel. Was he going to self-destruct just like that? The person hurriedly flew backward. Wang Jinyang was not doing this to self-destruct. He was not that stupid. In the next moment, Wang Jinyang did something unexpected. This guy grabbed the ring-shaped celestial bridge with one hand and instantly pinched it into a semicircle. No, a bow. The Changdao in his hand was like a long arrow. On the Changdao, a black vitality light burst out. Wang Jinyang drew the bow and shot. Boom! Wherever the Changdao passed, the air exploded. Fire ignited in the void, igniting the air directly. Fang Ping was stunned. Not only Fang Ping, but everyone present was probably stunned as well. Was this even possible? They had never seen a martial artist who used the celestial bridge as a weapon. Was this guy not afraid of breaking the celestial bridge? On the rostrum, Liamo could not hold it in anymore. He said, "These martial arts university students are not normal." He was not cursing, but they were really not normal. If it was a normal martial artist, based on Wang Jinyang's stance, the celestial bridge would break immediately. However, this kid did not break the celestial bridge. Instead, a golden light flashed on the celestial bridge. Liamo glanced at it and had a rough idea. That was imperishable substance. Using the celestial bridge as a bow, the celestial bridge condensed the martial artist's entire strength. It was extremely strong. As for the Changdao, it was not shot out like a normal long arrow. Wang Jinyang used the saber as an arrow. The Changdao that had left his body was actually performing combat techniques. Yes, the saber was practicing combat techniques. As the Changdao shot out, when it neared the person in the air, it exploded with even more power. Liamo thought of something and suddenly said in a low voice, "I think I've heard of these martial artists before." Minister Wang suddenly added, "Brother Li, does Star Town have this information?" Li Mo's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "No. When the ancestors were chatting in the past, I overheard them once. I think they talked about this. However, I was still young then. I don't remember much. Imperishable substance. How about this? When the ancestors return, I'll ask them again. These people, everyone, please pay more attention to them." Minister Wang's expression was uncertain. Old Man Li and Lu Fengru were also silent. Desperate realm powerhouses had talked about these people before. After all, these people had just appeared not long ago. They were very young. Liamo looked young, but in reality he was already 80 years old. When was he still young? What was that? Old Man Li was silent for a moment. He suddenly said, "Is Star Town really not open to the public?" Liamo was silent. Old Man Li sneered and said lightly, "Fine. It's your home after all. We old fellows don't care. We just want to let the younger generation know more." Liamo glanced at him. "You're not qualified to call me old fellows." However, he was too lazy to say more. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait and see." Startown was their home. It was also the pure land of the few top-notch powerhouses. After fighting outside for many years, these ancestors were also very tired. Perhaps Startown's existence was the pure land they wanted to create in their dreams. If outsiders were allowed to enter, this small pure land might no longer be peaceful. This matter was not something he could decide. As they spoke, the Changdao had already descended. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Sparks flew everywhere. The middle stage rank 6 powerhouse in the air had also unleashed his full strength. However, he was constantly pushed back by the Changdao's slashes. On the ground, Wang Jinyang tread rose into the air, arriving in front of the other party in an instant. Holding the Changdao, the blood-red glow once again erupted to the extreme. The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Enough! The person opposite was completely enraged. He had enough of being suppressed continuously. Not only was he being suppressed, but the moment the Changdao attacked earlier, the clothes all over his body were shredded. At this moment, other than his inner armor, the rest of his body was covered in saber marks. He was beaten up too badly. The next moment, this person's second half-sealed Sanjiao gate opened with a bang. Within the opened Sanjiao gate, an extremely powerful energy emerged. The martial artist, who was already a notch stronger than Wang Jinyang, suddenly unleashed an even stronger vitality force. The spear in his hand also erupted with a dazzling light, sweeping toward Wang Jinyang. Old Wang is so pitiful. Fang Ping mumbled. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant, beating the other party until he lost his mind. From middle stage to upper stage rank 6, the second Sanjiao gate had to be sealed. The other party's Sanjiao gate was originally half-sealed. Now that it was open directly, this fellow could only start sealing it again, suffering heavy losses. Unless it was a last resort, rank 6 martial artists would rarely do something like this. Li Han-sung said dryly, later, their upper stage won't do the same, right? If the upper stage really opened the Sanjiao gate, he probably would not be able to defeat them. Don't be afraid. You have a copper skull and iron bones. He can't kill you. If he dares to open the Sanjiao gate, you can smash his gate with your head. It's just a competition of ruthlessness. I don't believe that these fellows are really that ruthless. Fang Ping said perfunctorily. At this moment, the battle had already reached the final stage. The other party had opened a half-sealed gate. Under the great increase in strength, he suppressed Wang Jinyang instantly. There was still a gap in strength, and it was not a small one. Wang Jinyang's expression was indifferent. The celestial bridge suddenly appeared again. In the next moment, the celestial bridge grew to its limit. All of Wang Jinyang's vitality erupted, merging into the celestial bridge in an instant. Then he grabbed the celestial bridge and smashed it toward the other party's Sanjiao gate. The Sanjiao gate was half virtual and half real. Attacks could not hit it. However, at this moment, the celestial bridge was smashed. On the rostrum, the expressions of a few powerhouses changed. The celestial bridge and the Sanjiao gate complemented each other. Other weapons could not attack, but the celestial bridge was an exception. If it collided, whether it was the celestial bridge or the Sanjiao gate that would shatter, they would not be able to accept it. Li Mo quickly glanced at Li Changsheng. Old man, Li said irresponsibly, he's not from MCMAU. In other words, so be it if he died. I don't care. Li Mo almost died of anger. Beside him, Minister Wang did not say a word. He stretched out his hand abruptly. From a distance of 100 meters, a palm appeared out of thin air. He grabbed Wang Jinyang's celestial bridge and threw it back. A friendly match. Don't overdo it. Minister Wang frowned slightly and said, Consider it a draw. Wang Jinyang did not utter a word. He withdrew his celestial bridge. The person opposite him looked indignant. Then he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Mother asterisk her. Lunatic. Lunatic. He had to be out of his mind to agree to this friendly match. The first thing he did was gamble with his life, treating the celestial bridge and the Sanjiao gate as child's play. What were these guys thinking? Although the other party's celestial bridge might not be able to smash his Sanjiao gate, what if it could? The other party's celestial bridge could be bent into a bow. Who knew if it could be smashed? If it could not be smashed, what if he self-destructed? At this moment, the 3 battles had ended. Li Fei and the others were extremely aggrieved. They could not fight anymore. The other party's ability was obviously not as good as theirs, but they were suppressed in every way. It was really too aggrieving. As for Qin Fengqing, he was still taking big bites of an energy fruit. He casually said, Don't mind it. This is how we fight. You'll get used to it. Everyone's expressions changed again. Get used to it? How did you guys survive until now? Every battle is like this. How many celestial bridges do you have to blow up? Or could it be that this Baldy was bragging, while the others were doubting him? Qin Fengqing acted as if he did not feel it. He added, Blow up and condense again. It just takes a little more effort. We have experience. We won't die. Chapter 464. The 4th match begins. Minister Wang announced the start of the match after Wang Jinyang and Li Fei left the stage. Li Hansong twisted his neck and glanced at Li Fei, who was fighting, muttering, "This kid has nothing to do with Commander Li, right?" He was only 23 years old. Li Fei was a few years older than him. However, Li Hansong did not feel awkward when he mentioned this kid. After 3 matches, everyone looked down on their opponents, even though they did not say it out loud. Among the people present, who wasn't a proud and arrogant person, the 3 middle stage rank SXS were nothing much. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Don't worry about their relationship. Don't be careless. Among these people, I noticed that Li Fei and Zheng Nanqi reeked of blood. They must have gone through hardships to be able to reach upper stage rank 6. Don't worry. Li Hansong nodded and strode out. Wang Jinyang sat down for a moment, then suddenly stood up and walked over. Fong Ping was stunned. I didn't even say anything, and you went over? What are you doing? However, thinking about it, Enemy was so poor that old Wang would do anything for resources. Fong Ping understood that. Ever since he met Wang Jinyang, he had benefited from everything. Whether it was doing missions, going down to the catacombs, or finding a fugitive, old Wang was very proactive. This guy did not care if he had to show off when there were benefits. It was understandable that old Wang took the initiative to go over. Fong Ping could understand it, but Qin Fengqing's expression darkened. Mother **Ker, what are you doing here? Ignoring old Wang, Qin Fengqing continued to take fruits and realized that they were empty. Beside him, Jiang Chao looked at him innocently. This big baldy has a big appetite. My fruits are gone. Qin Fengqing didn't feel embarrassed. He laughed and patted his shoulder. I'll treat you to good food later. Eating too many energy fruits will spoil your appetite. We men should eat meat and drink wine. Brother, I'll treat you to lunch. Don't be shy. He had already thought about it. It was not bad to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Beside him, old Wang ignored him and started talking to the person from before. Old Wang did not fool him. Instead, he discussed martial arts with the other person seriously. Qin Fengqing saw that everyone else was listening and felt helpless. He glanced at Jiang Chao. It seemed that this fatty was the only one who did not care. It seemed that he had to target this guy. They chatted enthusiastically, and it also made the sparring match feel like friendship first, competition second. In the field, this was the first time Li Hansong had displayed his full strength. Li Hansong, who looked like a golden man, was like a mad demon. He went all out and pummeled Li Fei. Li Fei used a saber, while Li Hansong used his fists. These 2 people were not careless either. They went head-to-head the moment they stepped onto the stage. Although Li Fei's sword was a divine weapon, it was only slightly stronger than an A-grade weapon. The 2 of them quickly collided dozens of times. When Li Fei's blade landed on Li Hansong's body, brilliant sparks immediately erupted. It was as if he had really struck a golden man. After watching for a while, Fong Ping suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. What's going on? This Taitu's half-golden body seemed to be even stronger than his half-golden body. Upper stage rank 6 Li Fei, wielding a divine weapon, had only left some shallow marks on Li Hansong's body. Li Hansong's defense was invincible. At the very least, at the 5th and 6th level, this fellow really had the feeling of having an invincible defense. Li Hansong was extremely arrogant at this moment. Although he was sent flying a few times, he laughed loudly and said, "Continue. Come, chop his head." After saying that, this fellow's head turned completely golden. He roared, "Come on, chop." Li Hansong took the initiative to rush forward. When Li Fei's saber slashed down, he used his head to block it and threw a punch at Li Fei's head. Let's see who can break whose head first. Anger flashed in Li Fei's eyes. He refused to retreat either. He let out a series of low growls, and a wave of vitality erupted. The aftershocks shook the ground and sent soil flying. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds rang out. Li Hansong was still laughing maniacally, but he was cursing in his heart. It hurt so much. His brain was about to be shaken out. The other party did not manage to chop his head into pieces, but his scalp was a bloody mess. Most importantly, the vibrations from the force had shaken his head until it was numb. However, Li Hansong could not care less. When Li Fei chopped at him, he also madly hammered at Li Fei. The battle between the two of them was the most intense among the few battles they had fought so far. Both of them neither dodged nor retreated. They just fought head-on. Li Hansong's head had turned into a bloody gourd, but he did not care. He continued to laugh maniacally. He had to show his dominance. If you chop me until I bleed, then I laugh maniacally. Does that not make me look more domineering? Idiot! This word appeared in the minds of Fang Ping and the others at the same time. What is Li Hansong doing? Your iron head is your advantage, but don't always use your head to block divine weapons. This guy was about to be chopped in half. Even the golden bones on his head were visible. He was too arrogant. Fang Ping and the others scolded him, but they would not say it out loud. Jiang Chao and the others, on the other hand, were even more certain that these martial arts university students were crazy. It was too crazy. Qin Fengqing said that they killed people like flies. It did not seem like he was lying. On the rostrum, Old Man Li was about to doze off as he watched. Both of them were attacking each other with a knife and a punch. One relied on his hard head, while the other relied on his rich vitality to raise his vitality defense shield. If they continued fighting like this, it would be a matter of who could last longer. Li Hansong's iron head also consumed vitality force, but Li Fei consumed more. However, his opponent was much stronger and had a much faster recovery rate. Li Hansong might not be able to outlast his opponent. After watching for a while, the two of them seemed to be fighting for a while. Old Man Li suddenly looked at Liu Mo and said, "Old brother Li, come to think of it, we were family 500 years ago." Liu Mo looked at him and did not say anything. The juniors have been fighting until now, and there's only one person left on both sides. Your side is upper stage rank 6, and our side is peak rank 5. Do you want to guess who will win in the end? Minister Wang looked at him abruptly. What are you trying to do? Liu Mo said mildly, Dean Li, speak your mind. Old Man Li grinned and said, a little gambling is fun. Old brother Li, are you interested in making a bet? Liu Mo said straightforwardly, not interested. Old Man Li looked embarrassed. What's going on? You don't even dare to make a bet? The juniors in Stellar Sky City were easily provoked. The older generation, on the other hand, was very difficult to provoke. Liu Mo was unwilling to bet, and Old Man Li could not do anything about it. However, he still said, I think there's not much suspense after fighting until now. No matter whether Li Hansong wins or loses, Fang Ping will win. Seeing this, Minister Wang scolded, Dean Li! Does this guy really think that those who have reached rank 8 are still fools? Your provocation can only fool those youngsters. Just as Minister Wang finished scolding, Liu Mo suddenly laughed and said, Dean Li, you don't have to provoke me. Since you said so, the juniors' battle is boring. How about you and I have a match? Old Man Li grinned and said, Forget about me. I'm not a rank 8. You're a peak rank 8. Why don't you let Minister Wang spar with Mr. Li? Minister Wang's face darkened. If Li Chongqing dared to speak again, he would kick him to death. Liu Mo did not reply. It was enough for him to admit defeat. The juniors of MCMAU were arrogant, but you can't be arrogant, can you? Old Man Li probably felt embarrassed too. He coughed dryly and said, How about when Old Wu comes back? I'll play with Mr. Li? Liu Mo still did not reply. Instead, he asked, How's the situation in 7 Southern Territory now? Minister Wang said, The military department received news the day before yesterday. It's still in a stalemate. A few forbidden lands, 7 rank, 9 monsters have made a move and fought with the people from the restricted areas. However, there are also monsters from the restricted areas who walked out of Mount Imperial Sea. The battle lasted for a while and then subsided. Currently, people from 7 Southern Territory, monsters from the Forbidden Lands, and people from the restricted areas have gathered at Skygate City. It's probably time for peace talks. As he said this, Minister Wong added, "Also, I'm afraid Skygate City will really have to move. Now that Skygate City has suffered heavy losses, it's no longer suitable to be the vanguard to attack Hope City." As he spoke, Lu Fengru, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Is Skygate City moving or evacuating?" Minister Wong glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Dean Lu, whether it's moving or evacuating, Skygate City's governor is a rank 9 powerhouse. Now that he's wielding a rank 9 divine weapon, his combat strength is incomparable to the average rank 9. Even if it's Guardian Wu, although his ability is a notch higher than the governor's and he can defeat the governor with a divine weapon, it's still extremely difficult to kill him. If he works with the Skygate tree, even Guardian Wu might not be able to withstand the joint attack of both of them. You should understand what I'm trying to say." Lu Fengru frowned and said, "I'm just asking if it's evacuating or moving." "Minister Wong, you don't have to explain so much to me." Minister Wong was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, "The possibility of evacuating is higher. Now that he's being viewed as an enemy by the Forbidden Lands in 7 Southern Territory, if he stays in 7 Southern Territory, there might be some trouble. I'm not sure about the specifics." Evacuate to the central forbidden area that you guys mentioned?" Lu Fengru's expression was complicated. She said, "Can we enter the forbidden area?" Beside her, Liemo said, "The forbidden area is full of danger. Every passageway is guarded by powerhouses. We can't go through." Minister Wong glanced at him. Liemo knew what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, "That's a battlefield for the young." Minister Wong did not say anything else. He changed the topic and said, "Dean Lu, even if the governor doesn't leave, you can't kill him even if you want to. When the day comes when a full-scale war breaks out, then there'll be a time to settle the score. The powerhouses from these territories who slaughtered humans, including the Castellans, will be accounted for in the end. When that time comes, we won't have to worry anymore. These catacombs martial artists whose hands are stained with human blood can forget about escaping." Lu Fengru said lightly, "What if the governor keeps hiding in the forbidden area and refuses to come out?" After saying that, she added, "This is my personal vendetta. Minister Wong, you don't have to worry about it. It's fine as long as I know the news." Minister Wong did not say anything else. Old Man Li rubbed his chin and said, "Minister Wong, have you found Uncle Lu's whereabouts?" Minister Wong frowned. After a while, he shook his head and said, "He isn't at Mount Imperial Sea. That should be the case. There are some human martial artists at Mount Imperial Sea. Wan Shan Temple's Abbot Jiakong has always been in the depths of Mount Imperial Sea. But Mr. Lu isn't there." Old Man Li said with a headache, "I thought Uncle Lu went to the Central Mountains, Mount Imperial Sea. Now that you say he's not there, where did he go?" Liemo glanced at Lu Fengru. Seeing the complicated look in her eyes, he thought for a while and said, "If he didn't go to Mount Imperial Sea, then he might have gone to the Forbidden Sea." Lu Fengru's expression changed. The Forbidden Sea where no one survived. If her father went to Mount Imperial Sea, there was still hope of survival. If he really went to the Forbidden Sea, he might really die. Liemo sighed and said, "I'm just guessing. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that your father is still in seclusion somewhere in the 7 Southern Territory. This is all possible, or he's in the bounded domain." "The bounded domain?" Old Man Li was scratching his ears and cheeks. He asked hurriedly, "What kind of place is the bounded domain?" "It's the barrier land between the various small territories." Li Mo explained. In the east and west direction of the 7 Southern Territory, at the end, is the bounded domain. However, the distance is huge. The eastern bounded domain is more than 3,000 kilometers away from Hope City. You still have to cross an area of the Forbidden Sea before you can reach it. Moreover, there's a forbidden land like the 100 Beasts Forest in the east. You still have to cross 3 cities. Even if a human rank 9 martial artist wants to go there, it's extremely difficult. There's a forbidden land like the 10,000 Ants Desert in the west. At the end, you still have to cross a small boundary of Mount Imperial Sea to reach the western bounded domain. The bounded domain is full of danger. Lu Zhen might not be there. After all, he was only a peak rank 7 before he left. Lu Feng'er frowned slightly and said, "Why does he want to go to the bounded domain?" Martial artists would not actively seek death. Going to the Forbidden Zone and the Forbidden Sea might be to find benefits to break through. What benefits did the bounded domain have that was worth her father going there? Li Mo thought for a while and said, "I actually don't know much about the situation in the bounded domain. I've never been there. In reality, other than a few elders, the others probably haven't been there. Even the old ancestor didn't know much about that side and wasn't too sure. However, I heard the elders say there might be some relics in the bounded domain." "Relics?" "Yes, relics." Li Mo was a little more talkative now. He explained, "The situation in the catacombs is actually more complicated than you know. It's so complicated that even Polaris City doesn't know much about it. Polaris City's history isn't that long. It hasn't even been 300 years since its establishment. Some things can actually be traced back to a very long time ago, 1,000 years ago, or even longer. Of course, some of these things can't be said and some can't be said. However, since we've come to this point, then I'll say a few more words. The relics in the bounded domain, maybe some of them were left behind by human powerhouses. The time can probably be traced back to the ancient martial era." "Ancient martial era." Old Manly raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." Old Manly was speechless. What a straightforward answer. The so-called ancient martial era referred to the early days of the emergence of martial arts. That was something that happened a long time ago. The ancient martial era even included the period of legends of immortals and gods. This was a very long span of history. After that, it was the era of the rise of sections. After that, it was the current neo-martial era. Some sects with a long history could be traced back to as long as 1,000 years. The ancient martial era was something that happened at least 1,000 years ago. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Mo, a person who knew the inside story, was around, Old Manly said, "In other words, humans and the catacombs didn't just come into contact now. Maybe they came into contact 1,000 years ago. In the bounded domain you mentioned, there are some relics. There are relics from the catacombs and also human relics. The relics you mentioned are related to the Demon Emperor era, right?" Li Mo shook his head and said, "I don't know. There's no point in asking me. There are some things that the ancestors won't tell us." Old Manly smiled and said, "You keep calling them ancestors. You're not young anymore, right? I'm very curious. How old are the ancestors?" Li Mo shook his head again and said, "I'm not sure. When I was young, the ancestors were already guarding Mount Imperial Sea. All these years, the ancestors have had a hard time. In the past 100 years, they've returned to Polaris City less than 30 times. As Li Mo said that, he sighed and said, "I won't say much about the ancestors. As for whether LV Zhen has gone to the bounded domain, it's hard to say. Maybe he'll be back soon." If a rank 8 powerhouse did not want to say anything, it was useless to ask. Old Manly heard that and did not ask any more. He glanced sideways and happened to see Li Hansong being sent flying by a saber covered in blood. As for Li Fei, he was also panting heavily, his eyes red as he roared, "Again!" He was about to go crazy from hitting this iron head. The other party kept provoking him, exchanging hundreds of blows with him. He sent the other flying again and again, but he could not hurt the other party severely. Ironhead, Lee was very tenacious and had strong defense too. After being sent flying, he came back and continued to fight. At this moment, Li Fei's nose had caved in, and his head was almost smashed by a punch. Li Hansong, who was sent flying, could not even see his face anymore. His head was almost bald, and only a few strands of hair were left on him. Li Hansong was indeed very tenacious. In the next moment he flew back again, shouting, "Is that all you've got? Come on, continue to attack. I'm not even crying. You're an upper stage rank 6, and you're crying like a bear. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Li Fei almost exploded in anger. "Am I crying? Do you think I'm a coward like Jiang Chao? My nose was almost smashed by your punch. I really can't hold it in anymore. My tears are uncontrollable." Seeing that both of them were clamoring to continue fighting, Old Man Li coughed softly and said, "These two kids also have the surname Li. We're also. Forget it. This round will be considered a draw." Minister Wang was speechless. What kind of reason was that? Both of you have the surname Li, and you want to consider it a draw? What the hell? However, this was a friendly match. Up until now, it was a battle of life and death. Minister Wang nodded and said, "Then let's call it a draw." As soon as he said that, Li Mo's expression turned slightly ugly. Another draw. 4 rounds, 1 win, 1 loss, and 2 draws. He did not have the slightest advantage. The key was that the other party was all rank 5. It would be fine if he won the last round. If he lost, it would be really embarrassing. Even if he won, it was still embarrassing to fight to this point. Li Mo did not say anything. Minister Wang did not delay any further. He opened his mouth and said loudly, "The friendly match ends here. It's a draw." Li Fei was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Li Hansong was even more unhappy. He said loudly, "It's not over yet." He had promised Fang Ping that he would only get the divine weapon if he won. Now that it was a draw, what was going on? As soon as he said that, Li Fei was even more annoyed. "I didn't even say anything, and you're already unhappy? Do you really think I can't chop off your dog head?" As soon as Li Hansong's voice fell, the 3 Sanzhou gates above Li Fei's head were full of anger. "Come on, I'll open one of my gates and fight you to the end." Li Hansong's head was also shining. "What are you showing off for? I'll kill you." However, this kid was quite durable. Li Hansong had to admit that Li Fei was slightly better than the other fellows, especially that fatty. That fatty actually stopped fighting after suffering some minor injuries. Although Li Fei's injuries were not serious, they were not light either. The reason he was able to fight until now was because of the advantage of his iron head, golden body. Both of them were ready to fight. Below them, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Don't hurt the harmony between the two of you. Let's focus on learning from each other. Moreover, Senior Zhang and I have been sitting here for too long. How about the two of you give us a chance to perform?" These words were considered as giving the two of them a way out. Li Hansong said without fear, "It's only because of Fang Ping." Otherwise, having said that, this fellow turned around and landed on the ground. Fang Ping glanced at him. Iron Head, Li had become arrogant. "If we continue fighting, you're going to kneel. Why are you still pretending? You can even be brothers with Qin Fengqin now. Even your hair has been beaten off." In the past, he thought that Li Hansong was quite simple and honest, but now, Fang Ping shook his head slightly. He did not know what was going on. Was it because he had become stronger that he had become arrogant? As for the one he brought, Fang Ping would not admit it. Chapter 465. The moment Fang Ping walked out of the room, all around the field, a series of shouts resounded throughout MCMAU. "President is invincible! Invincible!" The roars were loud and clamorous. These people were fighting on MCMAU campus. Although it was not announced to the public, the fight was still very loud. At this moment, countless students had already gathered outside the arena. When he saw Fang Ping walk out, Regardless of whether they were sincere or just bootlicking, they had to shout first. Otherwise, if the president knew that they were here and didn't cheer for him, what would they do if their credits were deducted later? Fong Ping nodded his head at the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, this is just a friendly match. Don't make a ruckus. Otherwise, our seniors will look down on MCMAU." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Fong Ping's prowess was evident. Although that was what Fong Ping said, he was considering whether he should give out more benefits later. Look, what does it mean to have the support of the masses? Look, what is called prestige to convince the masses? Did Qin Fengqing and the others receive such treatment when they went on stage? On the other side, Zhang Nanqi's expression was solemn. Everything else aside, just this popularity alone, the #1 martial arts university truly lived up to his name. For Fong Ping to be able to attain such a prestigious reputation, it was impossible for him to be weak. On the martial arts university side, there were 4 contestants, and all of them were extremely strong. That Baldy was slightly weaker, so he was the only one who lost. Moreover, the further they went, the stronger they would become. With Fong Ping holding the line, their strength might be even stronger than expected. Zhang Nanqi's expression was solemn. Fong Ping, on the other hand, gave a relaxed smile and said, "Senior brother Zhang, I've already said yesterday that I'll give it my all in the arena. I hope senior brother Zhang won't hold back either." "Of course." He stroked the saber at his waist lightly and chuckled. "If that's the case, then I'll use my saber." On the rostrum, Old Man Li suddenly coughed softly and said, "Fong Ping, they're guests. Don't use the chaos-vanquishing saber." Fong Ping thought about it and nodded. Then Zhang Nanqi felt that he had been insulted, and his expression instantly changed as he said in a low voice, "Junior brother Fong, since you said that you would go all out, then there's no need for all this." Fong Ping was a little troubled, but he quickly said, "Fine. If I really do that, it would be disrespectful to martial arts. Let's begin." Below the stage, Fong Ping announced the start. In the resting area, Qin Fengqing suddenly sighed, "It's over." Everyone looked at him. Even Li Fei could not be bothered to stare at Li Hansong, who had just arrived. He asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Qin Fengqing sighed again and looked around. Beside him, Su Zissou was very understanding. She quickly took out a few energy fruits and handed them over. In these few battles, Qin Fengqing had been helping to analyze the battles, including introducing the others. However, Baldy had a bad habit. He would stutter when he didn't eat. Only when he ate would he stop stuttering. Qin Fengqing swallowed it in one gulp. Only then did he say quickly, "Fong Ping's saber technique isn't that great. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious. Fong Ping Ping he he. Fong Li he of Wu. Fong Marshal Fong Ping Ping Fong Ping he had he Fong and he almost. He. Fong. Fong. I. Fong. I. Of. I. Fong Ping has been nurturing his saber for a month. Qin Fengqing continued to eat. He added, he was rank for then. Now he's peak rank 5. His vitality now. I don't know how strong his saber is. Everyone frowned. Li Fei looked at Li Hansong, who was covered in blood. Li Hansong coughed. That was before. Now he might not be able to defeat me. He might not be able to defeat me meant that he was not confident that he could take one hit. Li Fei knew how difficult it was to deal with him. Did that not mean? Thinking of this, Li Fei looked down. On the field, a storm was brewing. When Fong Ping held his saber, Zhang Nanqi's expression was solemn. Fong Ping, an early stage rank 5, had killed a rank 6 martial artist in one hit. After his golden bones were revived, he had killed a middle stage rank 6. Now that he had stepped into peak rank 5, his golden bones and half golden body had been forged. These few days he had also completed the run-in. His vitality was 4,800 calories. Today, it was 5,999 calories. It had increased by more than 1,000 cal. Compared to the championship, Fang Ping's vitality had increased a lot. Now, Fang Ping was holding his saber, but the atmosphere was stifling. On the rostrum, Li Mo's expression changed again. Was Zhang Nanqi an idiot? He was giving his opponent time to build up. In his eyes right now, this kid named Fang Ping was activating his golden bones. Yes, golden bones. That was not all. In his opponent's hand, streams of celestiality flowed into the saber. The saber on Fang Ping's waist was vibrating. The match had begun. What Zhang Nanqi needed to do now was to interrupt the other party's accumulation of power and not just watch. Idiot, do you think this is a friendly match? Are you waiting for him to finish building up before you attack? Li Mo, a rank 8 powerhouse, could have been very calm. However, he was pissed today. The previous matches were embarrassing. This one might be even more embarrassing. Zhang Nanqi was full of martial spirit. Because he was an upper stage rank 6, he knew Fang Ping was building up, but he gave him time. Now the field was raging. In terms of momentum, Zhang Nanqi was at a disadvantage before the fight even started. Li Mo cursed in his heart. Old man, Li was speechless. Fang Ping could have built up his strength a long time ago, but he waited until the match started. He wanted it to be more fair. I didn't expect cough cough. Old man Li saw that this brother with the same surname had the urge to flip out, so he stopped. This kid from Stellar Sky City is really stupid. After thinking for a while, Old man Li said suddenly, "You guys have a TV, right? Did he watch too many martial arts dramas?" "Shut up." The one scolding him was not Li Mo, but Minister Wang. Was Li Changshen looking for a fight? Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi was still a kid. He worshipped martial spirit. It was no problem for him to wait for his opponent to finish building up. Minister Wang comforted him in his heart. Look at Zhang Nanqi. Forget it. This kid will probably die in one slash. Fang Ping is about to condense 30C celestiality. If you don't interrupt him, he'll kill you with one slash. I'll have to do it later. Minister Wang watched silently. Around 35C. Around 40C. Kid, if you don't interrupt him, I'll stop him before he makes a move. 45C. Fang Ping, that's enough. Your body's endurance is almost there. Leave him some face. Are you really going to kill him with one slash? Although Fang Ping's 45C celestiality was far from powerhouses like them, it was still the same in essence. The only difference was the person who used it. When he condensed to 50C, he was confident that he could kill his opponent with one slash. Minister Wang was still calculating silently. Off stage, Fang Ping was in a dilemma. Zhang Nanqi was so innocent. Should I defeat you with one slash, or should I defeat you with one slash? If you interrupted me earlier, I could have fought with you for a while. Fang Ping did not accumulate energy earlier because he had the intention to go easy. The celestiality he condensed was not enough. Zhang Nanqi also had a divine weapon in hand, so he could not be killed with one slash. But now, Fang Ping wanted to stop for a while. The competition had already started, but this guy was still looking at him. He did not hide his energy fluctuations. It was so obvious, feeling a slight swelling in his arm. Fang Ping still took the initiative to stop. 45C, one slash. Comrade Little Zhang could take it, right? Zhang Nanqi was not as naive as he could be. The moment Fang Ping stopped, Zhang Nanqi suddenly moved, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. In the next moment, Zhang Nanqi's fist exploded with a dazzling light. He was using a divine weapon glove. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. This glove, he would give it to Big Lion. Big Lion's bloody glove, below the divine weapon, was also famous throughout the country. Before this, Fang Ping was still thinking about what to do if the divine weapon did not match. Now it seemed like this glove should not be a problem for Big Lion to use. God-destroying single slash. Just as Zhang Nanqi's fist came, Fang Ping pulled out his saber. Boom! As soon as the saber was pulled out, the ground around it was instantly lifted and dust flew. A pillar of light that reached the sky instantly rose. Around the field, some low-ranked students retreated continuously, the aftershock of the energy hitting them. On the rostrum, Liamo was itching to make a move, ready to help at any time. Boom! First, there was a blinding light. A moment later, accompanied by a loud noise, a figure flew backward. Amidst the flying dust, Fang Ping sheathed his saber and stood in the air. The dust around him fell instantly when it reached him, restoring peace. In the distance, Zhang Nanqi landed on the ground and kept retreating. He retreated more than 100 meters. The ground cracked from his steps, and the barbed wire surrounding the field was knocked hundreds of meters away. Zhang Nanqi's legs dragged, and in the end, there was even a drag mark tens of meters long. The moment he stopped, Zhang Nanqi's face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Raising his head to look at Fang Ping, who had already landed in front of him, Zhang Nanqi's face was as white as snow. He murmured, "The number one in martial arts universities." Was this the strength of the number one in martial arts universities? Was this the martial arts university student that he thought was nothing? Defeated in one slash. In today's 5 battles, no matter how badly the others fought, no matter how embarrassing they were, it was not really that bad. Jiang Chao was only lightly injured, but Qin Fengqing's injuries were very serious. Yao Changjun had only managed to force Jiang Xian to retreat, and his body was also covered in numerous injuries. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had fought to a draw with difficulty, but it was not because they were stronger than them. Against Fang Ping, however, he could not even take one slash. In that slash just now, Fang Ping seemed to have held back. He could feel the difference in the explosive force when he used his saber and when he used his fist. Opposite him, Fang Ping looked apologetic. He bowed slightly and said, "Senior Zhang, as the current number one martial artist among the martial arts university students, I cannot lose. MCMAU can't afford to lose either. I'm sorry." Zhang Nanqi's face was full of bitterness. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Fang Ping did not say anything. He went forward to help him up, chuckling. "Friendship first, competition second. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk." As he said that, Fang Ping glanced at the boxing gloves from the corner of his eyes. F***CK, divine weapons were good. After this slash, the boxing gloves were still boxing gloves. Not a single mark was left. Amazing. Fortunately, it did not shatter. Otherwise, the boxing gloves would be gone. In the arena, Fang Ping defeated Zhang Nanqi with one slash. In the arena, Qin Fengqing swallowed another energy fruit in one gulp. He rubbed his stomach. He could not eat anymore. If he ate anymore, he would not be able to digest the energy. Seeing that Li Fei and the others could not take the blow, Qin Fengqing purposely whispered. Fang Ping actually held back. He held back at least half of his strength. You guys, sigh, he probably didn't expect old Zheng's strength to be this weak. Qin Fengqing shook his head, looking helpless. He patted Jiang Chao beside him and sighed. Fatty, I'm not trying to hurt you. If you go up there, he would have killed you with half a slash. When I said that he could fight 10 of you alone, you guys didn't believe me. Li Fei's expression was slightly ugly. He charged up for a long time. Qin Fengqing sighed again. He purposely held back so that old Zheng could interrupt him. He wanted to save you guys some face. Otherwise, why would he have needed so long to charge up? Who knew? You guys don't have any combat experience. You just watched. In the end, didn't you see that he stopped erupting? If I had known, I would have held back a little more. Qin Fengqing, Wang Jinyang bellowed, reprimanding. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Fengqing understood and laughed dryly. Don't tell old Zheng later. If he finds out, he'll be devastated. Let's not talk about this. From the looks of it, old Zheng isn't injured. Fong Ping charged up for a long time and only managed to force him back. He'll probably feel better. The others did not say anything. Jiang Chao wiped his non-existent sweat and cursed. Mother asterisk her. So brutal. This guy. Didn't he say that the peak rank 6 he killed was injured? Qin Fengqing was speechless. Even if he was injured, he was only middle stage rank 5 then. Now he's at peak. His strength has increased a lot. What are you guys thinking? Jiang Chao looked gloomy. He complained, I think he's a friendly guy. Why is he so violent? Friendly, Qin Fengqing wanted to curse. However, after considering that he would probably be beaten to death by Fong Ping, he smiled and said, he's the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. Naturally, he's friendly to guests. However, he's a martial artist. Once he fights, he'll naturally go a little crazy. Didn't he only go down to the catacombs 4 times? Yeah, but he usually fights with high-ranked powerhouses when he goes down to the catacombs. That's why his strength is relatively stronger. The few of them shut up. After a while, Li Fei said in a low voice, looks like we've been ignorant. Originally, if they had lost, it would have been hard for them to accept. However, today, from the beginning of the fight until now, they had not felt good. After a few big battles, they had already considered the outcome of losing. In addition, their opponents had also come over. They did not act very arrogant and savage. After chatting with them until now, they felt much better. At this moment, Zheng Nanqi, who was the most devastated, was also chatting with Fong Ping as they walked. He seemed to be in a good mood. Thinking of this, the few of them felt better. They felt better. But when they thought of the 5 divine weapons, in the next moment, their expressions changed completely. If they really lost 5 divine weapons, it would be killing them. In the field, Fong Ping smiled as he walked. Actually, I was only accumulating strength for 1 slash. Also, I'm not afraid to say this, Senior Brother Zheng, because I'm the representative of martial arts universities. MCMAU has spent countless resources on me. They helped me forge golden bones in advance. That's why my strength is said to be peak rank 5. Actually, before this, the instructor said that I'm already comparable to upper stage rank 6. The reason I stayed at rank 5 is also to continue polishing for a while. You and I are considered to be at the same level. Moreover, I have the home advantage. Senior Brother Zheng has the air of a gentleman, but I'm a little narrow-minded. After accumulating strength for so long, I purposely took advantage of you, Golden Bones. Zheng Nanqi murmured. Then he said bitterly, even if we're at the same level, I was still defeated by you in 1 slash. Fong Ping lowered his voice again, saying in a low voice, Senior Brother Zheng, believe it or not, I have no energy left now. My vitality is depleted. If we continue fighting, I'll be exposed. But MCMAU students are here. Senior Brother Zheng, can you save me some face? Zheng Nanqi shook his head. A loss is a loss. I'm not a sore loser. It's just that it doesn't feel good. However, seeing Fong Ping's pale face, avoiding the crowd and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zheng Nanqi felt much better. Sure enough, he had no energy left. If they continued fighting, he might not be a match for Fong Ping since he was not seriously injured. However, Fong Ping had held back earlier. He did not use his full strength in 1 slash. Moreover, Minister Wang had just announced the winner. If they continued fighting, it would be like bullying. As for losing, he, Zheng Nanqi, could still afford to lose half a divine weapon. As he thought about it, Fong Ping said again, if Senior Brother Zheng doesn't mind, I can also teach everyone this method of accumulating strength. This is the purpose of martial arts sparring, not to determine victory or defeat. People like us are all fighting for the same goal. The purpose of sparring is to improve ourselves and find our own weaknesses. What do you think, Senior Brother Zheng? The method of accumulating strength. Zhang Nanqi thought for a while and said, Star City seems to have it too. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He smiled and said, mutual exchange is the foundation of martial arts progress. If Star City has it, Senior Brother Zhang can also take it out and discuss it with us. Of course, if it's not convenient, then forget it. Everyone can look at MCMAU's combat technique room at will. Fang Ping said, then added, including some secret techniques and secret techniques. Although MCMAU has only been established for 61 years, there have been more than 10 grandmasters in these years. Senior Brother Zhang, you know how difficult it is for people like us to cultivate. Powerhouses who can reach the grandmaster level are all amazing. The combat techniques they created, I'm not boasting, are not weak. Zhang Nanqi was a little tempted, but he was also a little embarrassed. MCMAU actually opened the combat technique room to them. Was this not appropriate? As for the competition, he did not care too much about it at this time. Fang Ping was right. The purpose of sparring was to improve oneself. Being overly obsessed with victory or defeat would instead defeat the original purpose. Although he had lost this time, he could use half a divine weapon to exchange for some secret techniques and combat techniques. If he could absorb some experience and enter peak rank 6, the rest was nothing. They were just worldly possessions. Junior Brother Fang, isn't this a little inappropriate? What are you talking about, Senior Brother Zhang? If it weren't for your ancestors protecting us humans, would we be where we are now? It's just some combat techniques. It's nothing. Then I'll thank Junior Brother Fang on behalf of everyone. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached the resting area. Coincidentally, they heard Zhang Nanqi thanking Fang Ping. Qin Fingqing's face was blank. Was this big idiot really that easy to fool? He was defeated with 1 slash, yet he was still thanking someone. He had lost 5 divine weapons. If it were someone else, they would probably want to kill Fang Ping. This cold face was actually thanking him. What was he thinking? Not only was Qin Fengqing stunned, but everyone else was too. On the platform, Li Mo looked helpless. After a while he said, Thank you for your generosity, everyone in MCMU, but forget about the combat techniques. Old man Li shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. MCMAU educates people and creates combat techniques for the sake of the world's heroes. Stars Town may have more and better combat techniques than us, but there's no harm in learning more. The combat techniques room will definitely be open to them. Not just the combat techniques room. They can go anywhere in MCMAU's territory. The pressure room, the celestiality cultivation room. There won't be any obstacles for them. When Old Man Li finished, he chuckled. Martial arts universities have no sectarian bias. All rivers run into the sea. This is what it means to spread martial arts all over the world. As he said this, Li Mo felt even more bitter. You're so insistent on giving us benefits. The point is, I really don't want to accept it. If I accept it, should I open Stars Town to you? If I don't, then I'm being petty and selfish. I can't believe I'm still hiding things when humanity is in danger. However, some things really could not be open to the public. Thinking of this, Li Mo sighed. He would think about it later. At most, he would give MCMAU some unimportant information and combat techniques to return the favor. The point was he had lost 5 divine weapons, yet he still felt like he owed MCMAU a favor. What the hell? Li Mo felt terrible. He might as well not have come to MCMAU this time. Chapter 466. The Resting Area. Chatting aside, the outcome had already been decided. The wager still had to be put on the agenda. 5 divine weapons. It was true that Li Fei and the others had powerful backgrounds, but divine weapons were not cabbages. Before they reached rank 7, each of them only had 1 divine weapon to defend themselves. When they reached rank 7, the elders might reward them a little more, but not too much. 1 for offense and 1 for defense was probably their limit. Now they had lost 5 of them. This was not a matter of money. Divine weapons could be sold for money, but it was difficult to buy divine weapons with money. When Fang Ping and Zhang Nanqi walked over, Qin Fengqing chuckled. "Fatty, shouldn't you take off your boots? Do you want me to get someone to buy you a pair of branded shoes?" Jiang Chao's expression stiffened. With a long face, he said, "Baldy, do you really want it? Why don't we make a deal?" "Jiang Chao." Zhang Nanqi growled, his expression ugly. "Don't embarrass Star City." Even if they lost, they had to lose with dignity. 5 rank SAXS, losing to 5 rank 5s was already shameful. Now, Fatty wanted to renege on his debt. What a disgrace. Jiang Chao said gloomily, "I'll pay the energy stones then." 10 people, according to the agreement. Fine. Actually, they did not agree on the agreement because they never thought of losing. Still, they did say something in general. If they lost, those who did not have a divine weapon would have to compensate with the same amount of cultivation resources. As for who would pay the divine weapon and who would pay the resources, they did not discuss it before. Jiang Chao would rather pay the energy stones than the divine weapon. Actually, it was not just Jiang Chao. None of the 10 people present were willing to pay the divine weapon. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little stiff. Seeing this, Fang Ping gave Qin Fengqing a look. Qin Fengqing mumbled, "I don't care about the energy stones, Qin Fengqing." Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted softly, then looked at everyone and smiled. "It's okay. It was just a joke." Qin Fengqing made his own decision. How could we take it seriously? As he said that, Fang Ping smiled. "Let's not talk about this first. We just finished the competition. Everyone is tired. I'll arrange for everyone to rest for a while. Also, since everyone is here, don't be in a hurry to leave. You can't just leave after a competition, can you?" In the afternoon, I showed everyone around, including our war mage room. Also, some of our instructors may not be stronger than everyone else, but they've been teaching in MCMAU for decades, so they still have plenty of basic experience. Although the seniors in Polaris City are strong, you're not here to teach students. Everyone can exchange some pointers. Qin Fengqing's face was full of displeasure, and he continued to mutter, "So this is just a joke?" Several grandmasters bear witness. "Qin Fengqing," Fang Ping said seriously, "do you want me to chase you away?" "Boring." Qin Fengqing got up and left after saying this. Jiang Chao said awkwardly, "Baldy, Qin Fengqing." Su Zissa blushed and called out to him, "Li Fei, Zhang Nanqi," and the others all looked slightly upset. Zhang Nanqi was about to speak when Fang Ping interrupted. "Ignore him." "Junior brother Fang." Zhang Nanqi also said seriously, "About the bet, don't worry. We will give you an explanation." "Junior brother Qin is leaving now." "Junior brother Fang, please help me tell him that when we're done discussing, we'll deliver the bet as promised." At this moment, everyone had not come to an agreement. Among the 10 of them, who would provide the divine weapon and who would provide the resources, was not easy to discuss in front of everyone. However, things had come to this point. If they reneged on the debt, then Polaris City would lose all face. Fang Ping smiled. "Senior brother Zhang, don't worry. How about this? Everyone go back to recuperate and recover from their injuries. We'll talk about the bet later." Having said that, Fang Ping turned around and looked at Qin Yunqi and the others who had just rushed over. "Yunqi, bring the seniors to rest. Help me arrange lunch. I won't be entertaining everyone at noon. Let's gather together at night." Zhang Nanqi and the others did indeed need to go back to discuss, so they did not stand on ceremony and left with Chen Yunqi and the others. On the stage, Li Mo glanced at Fang Ping and the others before leaving. As soon as they left, Old Man Li appeared behind Fang Ping soundlessly and said softly, "They might not agree to give the divine weapon. Kid, I'm afraid your plan is in trouble." If Polaris City really gave them 50 billion worth of resources, would they still kill them? Although MCMAU was also lacking in resources, they were not lacking now. What they needed now was the divine weapon that could increase their high-end combat strength. For the Grandmasters, the divine weapon was more important than the energy ores. With the divine weapon, their strength would increase, and they would be more secure in the catacombs. They could now go to some places that they could not go to before. MCMAU also knew the location of a few energy mines, but they could not snatch them before. However, now that everyone had the divine weapon in their hands and their strength had increased, they could snatch them. If they really gave the energy, ores, and other materials, it might seem like they were of equal value, but in reality, the difference was huge. Fong Ping smiled. We'll see. In the afternoon, I'm going to bring them to the school archives and the Southern Cemetery for a look. As Fong Ping said that, he sighed softly. I don't want to use the souls of MCMAU's instructors and students in exchange for sympathy. They died in the catacombs. They are heroes. Heroes don't need sympathy, and they don't need to show off their emotions. However, I don't want the few of you to die in front of me one day. The increase in strength is not something that can be done overnight. However, with the divine weapon in hand, your strength will increase exponentially. This is the fastest way to increase your strength. If everyone's spirits in heaven know that they can exchange for divine weapons for us, I think they will be willing. Old Man Li's expression changed again and again. He gritted his teeth. We're still too weak. We're so weak that we shamelessly scheme, curry favor, and please them. The few of you, which one of you isn't a dragon among men, but now, Old Man Li did not feel good in his heart. Fong Ping, Qin Fengqing, Wang Jinyang, which one of them was not a prodigy of their generation? If they did not lack resources, backers, or backgrounds, why would they play games with a few ignorant children? Yes, they were playing games, accompanying a group of children, teasing and having fun, and at the same time seeing if they could swindle a few lollipops. This was the truth. Fong Ping chuckled. Instructor, why does it sound like we're the ones being wronged? We're duping people for their good stuff. They should be the ones being wronged. Your way of thinking is wrong. Old Man Li sighed. It has nothing to do with them. I'm talking about us old geezers. Old Man Li did not mention Star City. He was too lazy to talk about it. He was just a little indignant. To him, Fong Ping and the others were his children. Today, his own children were not living as well as other people's children. They were obviously much more outstanding than other people's children, but they had to shamelessly curry favor with them. As parents, how could they feel good? They could only blame themselves, the elders, for being too weak. Fong Ping chuckled. How old are you? How old are they? You're their grandson, but they think you're too young. They won't bring you out to play. Get lost. Old Man Li cursed. He was just feeling a little sad, but this little bastard interrupted his emotions again. Cursing aside, Old Man Li said, If we really can't get a divine weapon, then forget it. Now that Old Wu and Old Huang are about to get a divine weapon, we'll think about it later and get it ourselves. It's not easy to get a few big forbidden lands, but there are still some lone monsters in each catacombs. It's easy to get into trouble in one place. If they're scattered, then not many people will care. Kid, don't be too concerned. After all, other people's divine weapons were not forged and nurtured by themselves. In terms of compatibility, they can't compare to the divine weapons forged by themselves. If these kids really want to go back on their words, then forget it. Fong Ping nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, Actually, compared to divine weapons, I'm more interested in some confidential information. The older generation of powerhouses in Star City are very shrewd. If you want to get information, it's better to talk to these people. That's true. They know a lot of things. Some things they feel that there's no need to tell us, so they keep hiding it. Maybe they'll make it public sooner or later, but I think it's more reliable to know what they're doing. Fate should still be in our own hands. It's too pessimistic to put all our hopes in the hands of these peerless powerhouses. As Old Man Li was speaking, Lu Feng'er walked over and said coldly, "If you have the time to talk nonsense, you should have entered rank 8 earlier. Then you wouldn't have embarrassed MCMAU every time. Liemo asked you to learn from each other. If you're capable, you should have beaten him into submission. You wouldn't have had to do this. The students have one glory, but when it comes to you, you've lost your face again." It was rare that Old Man Li did not retort. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Lu Fengru saw this and humphed. Become a rank 8 earlier. Is a fake rank 8 very glorious? I'd rather you were a rank 7. The rank 7 martial artists dared to provoke you. The martial artists in Star City are only average. I know this Liemo. He fought with my father before and was defeated by my father in 30 moves. Old Man Li pursed his lips and said, I know. He fought with the old man and was defeated quickly too. Under the same rank, he's no match for us. Who's really afraid of him? Liemo had fought with the old vice-chancellor, and Lu Zhen one after another. He was defeated both times. Lu Fengru and Old Man Li's ranks were much lower than his. Otherwise, they would not have fooled him. Unfortunately, these were all nonsense. It was a fact that the other party's rank was higher than theirs. They had to admit that their skills were inferior. Having said that, Old Man Li said again, Old Wu and the others should be back soon, right? If Old Wu is back, if he's still in school, let Old Wu teach him a lesson. It'll be good to let him know that MCMAU doesn't just rely on the juniors to gain face. Wu Quishan was not old either. He was about the same age as Old Man Li. He was a few years older, in his early 60s. Wu Quishan and Liemo were both at the peak of grade 8. However, if they were to really fight, unless Liemo had a grade 9 divine weapon, and an extremely powerful one at that, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would be crushed by Wu Quishan. The reason why Old Man Li and Lu Fengru wanted to teach Liemo a lesson was not because they wanted to win face. The key was to show MCMAU's strength, not just the juniors. Although MCMAU did not have any peak-level powerhouses of the older generation or rank 9, the middle-high level powerhouses were not weak. After a few words, Old Man Li exhaled and said, I'll go into closed-door cultivation again in a few days. This time, I won't come out until my mentality materializes. Old Man Li made up his mind. If his mentality did not materialize this time, he would not come out. He could not afford to lose face. He came out earlier because the grandmasters in the school had all left. Lu Fengru and Tang Feng were both in closed-door cultivation and were at a critical juncture. It was only appropriate for him to come out first. Lu Fengru nodded. She glanced at a certain place in the southern area. Her eyebrows moved slightly. Lion Tang is about to break through. His progress is very fast. He's under a lot of pressure. When Lu Fengru said this, she glanced at Fang Ping. It would be strange if Lion Tang was not under pressure. When he was almost invincible in rank 6, Fang Ping had just entered the school and was still an aspiring martial artist. In the end, he was still rank 6. Fang Ping was almost at the same rank as him. How could he not be under pressure? Moreover, Fang Ping, this kid, had already secretly told others that when they were at the same rank, he would beat him up. Big Lion had heard of this before. He did not take it seriously before, but now he could not ignore it. If he was really beaten up by Fang Ping, although Fang Ping might not do it, who could say for sure? If he was beaten up, would he, Tang Feng, still be shameless? At the side, Fang Ping listened for a while and laughed. Instructors, cultivation can't be rushed. Don't be too stressed. When the Vice-Chancellor and the others return, Instructor Tang might have broken through too. When that time comes, we'll hold a Grandmaster banquet. 3 High Grandmasters holding a banquet together. Old Man Li exhaled. I won't go without my mentality. If I do, I'll go. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to make it. It'll probably be held at the beginning of April. We'll see. Lu Fengru and Li Chongqing did not stay for long. Soon, Qin Fengqing ran back. This guy had eaten too many energy fruits. His body was still emitting energy. Fong Ping glanced at him and was a little speechless. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? What's there to be afraid of? Qin Fengqing looked indifferent. He asked hurriedly, What do you mean? I'll see you in the afternoon. Also, Fong Ping glanced at him and exhaled. I'll pay my respects to your father in the afternoon. Qin Fengqing's cheeky smile faded. Then he smiled again. I should go and see. But, to be honest, it's a little frustrating. You're weak. That's how it is. Fong Ping said softly, I'm stronger than you, so you have to please me. If I'm happy, I'll give you some cultivation resources. If I'm not happy, I won't give it to you. That's my freedom. If I want to be strong, then I'll take it myself. Why should I please a guy who's weaker than me? If you feel insulted, no one will ask you to please him. Since you've stuck yourself to him, then you have to be prepared for this. Are you talking about me or yourself? Qin Fengqing teased. Fong Ping smiled. Why do you care who I'm talking about? At least I still control your fate. That's enough. Qin Fengqing's expression was ugly. He humphed. Don't forget, the bet was signed under my name. The thing should be mine. Fong Ping was stunned. Not bad. Big Baldy actually had an IQ. What he said was not wrong. The bet was signed under his name. Naturally, the thing belonged to him. Seeing Fong Ping's expression change again and again, Qin Fengqing was smug. He grinned. Fong Ping, the thing is mine. Whether I give it to you or not is my freedom. If you want to take it away, sure. Come, please your grandpa Qin. Fong Ping's expression was unfriendly. Fine, I'll give it to you. I'll help you advertise it. You, Qin Fengqing, have 50 billion resources and 5 divine weapons. What do you think? This time, it was Qin Fengqing's turn to look stiff. This bastard was still so black-hearted. Wang Jinyang and the rest were just watching from the side. As for what Qin Fengqing said about not giving it to Fong Ping, he was just saying it. If he dared not give it to him, Fong Ping would beat him to death. Even if Fong Ping did not beat him up, Old Man Li and the rest could kick this guy to death. After joking around for a while, Wang Jinyang interrupted. I talked to them for a while. I learned something. As he said that, Wang Jinyang's expression turned serious. These people can go to the restricted area. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He nodded slightly. Vice-Chancellor Wu made this judgment before. Beside him, Qin Fengqing said blankly, Why didn't I know? Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang glanced at him at the same time. You idiot. You only know how to eat. What the hell do you know? Qin Fengqing was eating so much that his body was emitting energy. It was obvious that this guy had eaten a lot. Wang Jinyang said as they walked, they mentioned something. The World Youth Martial Arts Grand Prix is related to the restricted area. According to what they said and my own guess, there should be restrictions on entering the restricted area. I'm not sure about the specific restrictions. The restricted area is full of danger. They can enter because the top powerhouses have some agreement with the powerhouses in the restricted area. You said before that the geniuses in the periphery have all entered the restricted area. No matter how talented they are, they still need to train. Say, do you think the goal of these catacombs geniuses is to train these human genius martial artists? Qin Fengqing said immediately, according to what you said, these geniuses are not that great. Doesn't that mean that one of them will die? Wang Jinyang glanced at him, speechless. He said impatiently, Didn't you hear what they were talking about? Jiang Chao is the second oldest in the family. He has an older brother above him. When the others talk about him, they all look at him with admiration. Obviously, they can't compare. Also, Li Fei is only the third oldest in the family. How strong are the two above him? Li Fei and the others are just greenhorns. They don't represent the strength of the geniuses in Star City. They are only considered to have finished their apprenticeship at peak rank 6. Before that, You can think of them as martial arts university students who have not reached rank 3 and have not entered the catacombs. Are martial arts university students who have not reached rank 3 very strong? After experiencing some things and seeing some bloodshed, these people will grow up very quickly. Qin Feng Qing. Don't think that you're very strong. When they grow up a little, any one of them can kill you easily. Qin Feng Qing humphed. There are many people who want to kill me. They're not qualified. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He interrupted. If that's the case, humans have actually opened up more than one battlefield. No, I should say that not only have they opened up battlefields in the periphery of the catacombs, but also in the restricted area. Yes, no wonder. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, previously the instructor said that the elderly Fei and the others said that Commanderly came from Star City. Now that I look at it, I understand a little. As he said that, Fang Ping cursed in a low voice. I knew that the higher-ups hid the news. They were so secretive before this. I don't know if the catacombs have a mutual attitude. They even said that Commanderly had a guess because he discovered the aura of the catacombs' powerhouses in the catacombs in the east. Now it seems that it's just an excuse. They already know everything, so they're just fooling us. Wang Jinyang said calmly, that's normal. So what if you know? You can't even solve Magic City's catacombs. What's the use of knowing all this? That makes sense. Fang Ping said and smiled. I discovered a problem in my cultivation. If it's solved, I might be able to enter rank 6 soon. Their expressions changed. Li Hansong said sheepishly, you're going to enter rank 6 just like that? Fang Ping smiled. It depends. When I performed that / earlier, I realized something. I'm too reliant on celestiality. Before this, I realized that the state of essence, spirit, and soul that I achieved when I was at rank 3 and 4 seemed to have disappeared. When I performed that / today, I realized the reason. Nowadays, I've always felt that celestiality is stronger than vitality, force, and mentality. This is also why I like to use celestiality to kill my enemies when I face them. In reality, celestiality is just a temporary power that I borrow, so everyone must be vigilant. This kind of power may improve our abilities, but it's also hindering our fundamentals. As soon as he said that, the others nodded slightly. Qin Feng Qing, however, scolded. I don't have any external power. What does it have to do with me? What a provocative remark. Fang Ping's discovery of this problem served as a wake-up call for Wang Jinyang and the rest. Although Wang Jinyang's bone marrow force, Li Hansong's golden body force, and Yao Qingjuan's mentality were currently very strong, they were slightly reliant on them. Instead, they had neglected the fundamental vitality force a lot. However, this matter had nothing to do with Qin Fengqing. He could not even be envious. What was the point of saying that? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. After he finished speaking, he smiled and said, after I'm done with this, my essence, spirit, and soul will be unified. If I perform hundreds or thousands of slashes, maybe I'll be rank 6. Everyone exhaled. The pressure was huge. Not to mention these fellows from Star Town. Fang Ping was younger than them. If he were to be the first to enter rank 6, it would not feel good. At that moment, the few of them lost the interest to continue chatting. Chapter 467. In the afternoon. School archives. Even Li Mo, who had come to the MCMAU History Hall for the first time, was completely silent when he saw the rows of memorial tablets that could barely fit in the hall. Li Fei and the others who came along had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Fang Ping had been here once before, but he had not been here since. At this moment, Fang Ping was neither dejected nor sad. There was still a faint smile on his face as he said, "This is MCMAU's most dazzling medal." The blood and lives of generations of MCMAU people had forged the MCMAU of today. Perhaps MCMAU's strength and history are not as good as Star City's, but MCMAU's spirit will not be weaker than any other place. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Let's go. The reason why I brought all of you here today is to let everyone understand that everything MCMAU instructors and students do is not for personal gain." Zhang Nanqi and the others might not have understood, but Li Mo did. Fong Ping was probably explaining about the bet. Even though both sides had agreed to the bet, MCMAU strength was weak, so some things had to be considered carefully. At the side of the crowd, Qin Fengqing stared at a memorial tablet for a long time. That was his father's memorial tablet. A complicated look flashed across his eyes, and he glanced at the old principal's memorial tablet in front of him. Qin Fengqing felt slightly sad. Very quickly, Qin Fengqing concealed these emotions and suddenly grabbed the fatty, Jiang Chao, and threatened him in a low voice. "This is my father. If you don't give me the divine weapon, I'll get my father to look for you tonight." Jiang Chao was about to cry. Damn it, how could he threaten people like that? This Baldy was too ferocious. On the other side, a few females from the exchange team were rather sad and pitiful. It turned out that the Baldy's father had also died in battle. Over the years, many people had died in battle in Star Town. However, Star Town wasn't that big, so the number of casualties was only relative. Furthermore, each family had their own clan, so if they were to split it evenly, there wouldn't be much left for each family. It was a far cry from MCMAU, where thousands of memorial tablets were fully arranged. Zhang Nanqi and the rest couldn't help but glance at Li Mo. According to the opinion of these juniors, if they lost, they should just hand over the divine weapon. Although they were somewhat reluctant to part with it, they did not have a deep understanding of the concept and value of divine weapons. However, Li Mo knew that divine weapons were hard to come by. Although the patriarchs were powerful, they could not casually slaughter those Tier 7 and 8 demonic beasts. If they killed too many, an all-out war would break out. Because of this, although there were some divine weapons in the city, they were accumulated over many years. 5 divine weapons was not a small number for star-suppressing city. In his opinion, he would rather give the energy stones than the divine weapon. But now, MCMAU had brought them here. Their intentions were very clear. They wanted to increase their high-end combat strength, and divine weapons were the best way to do so. "Grandpa Li," Suzisa whispered. Jiang Xian and the other 2 girls couldn't help but look at Li Mo. Li Mo lamented in his heart. "A bunch of foolish children. Do you understand that once you lose your divine weapon, you won't have another chance to get it back? Without divine weapons, when you reach rank 7, your combat strength will be a notch lower than others." Li Mo remained silent for a moment before he finally sighed and said, "If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. My suppressing Star City's martial artists aren't people who go back on their words. The 5 divine weapons can be given to you." Qin Fengqing hurriedly said, "Can I choose myself?" Li Mo glared at him fiercely. "Kid, don't go too far." The 10 divine weapons were not all of the same rank. Of course, they were all forged from the cores of rank 7 monster plants, but there were strong and weak rank 7 too. Early stage, middle stage, high stage, and peak rank 7 were divided into 4 small stages. The strength of the core and the brain core was also different, and the value of the divine weapons forged were also different. If it was given to MCMAU, it would naturally be 5 early stage rank 7 divine weapons. Now that Qin Fengqing wanted to choose himself, things were different. Seeing the old man glaring at him, Qin Fengqing was a little embarrassed. "I'm not using them. Why are you glaring at me?" At this time, Fong Ping added with a smile, "Qin Fengqing, the bet didn't specify what kind of divine weapon. Since Brother Zhang and the others have already decided, you should stop being so picky." Qin Fengqing mumbled, "The problem is that I don't really need them. Old Zhang's boxing gloves are not bad. Old Li's broadsword is also pretty good, and Jiang Xian's sword is quite beautiful. Cough, cough." Fong Ping coughed softly and frowned. "All right, why are you talking so much?" According to Fong Ping's plan, on MCMAU's side, Old Man Li, and Lu Pulu both used swords. He would need 2 swords. Zhang Nanqi's boxing gloves were the most suitable for Tang Feng. Lu Fengru also used fists. However, Lu Fengru's main combat technique was a little complicated and was not as specialized as Tang Feng's. She could also use a saber. As for divine weapons like the boots, they were not purely support-type divine weapons. They could also be used in battle, but compared to these specialized weapons, they were slightly weaker in terms of raising one's battle prowess. As for CCMU's side, he could just give it to him casually. Li Hansong did not even win. If Fang Ping gave it to him, it would be too eye-catching. After Qin Fengqing finished speaking, Zhang Nanqi suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Since junior brother Qin likes boxing gloves, then count my boxing gloves as one of them." Originally, he had already made an agreement with the others that he would compensate them with resources if they sent out divine weapons. He was an upper stage rank 6, the closest to rank 7. He might be the first person to truly unleash the power of a divine weapon, but since Qin Fengqing mentioned it, he didn't want to say anything else. Zhang Nanqi's words nearly infuriated Li Emo to death. This little bastard. Did he not know the difference between them? Zhang Nanqi's boxing gloves were made from a middle stage rank 7 monsters heart core and brain core. Moreover, the creation of boxing gloves was more difficult than regular sabers and swords. It was already good enough that he gave it to MCMAU, but he actually wanted to give out the good stuff. Zhang Nanqi said. Li Fei's expression changed a little, and he said in a muffled voice, "My saber counts as 1." Jiang Xian, on the other hand, did not hesitate too much. Everyone had discussed it. Her sword was one of the weapons. Seeing the situation, she said, "The Kunwu sword counts as 1. The Scorching Sun spear counts as 1. At this moment, another person spoke up. In the end, everyone looked at Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao looked helpless and muttered, "My boots are middle stage rank 7. Do you guys know how to do accounting? Why are you looking at me?" These guys always had their eyes on his boots. Were they stupid? Mine is middle stage rank 7. Can't you guys exchange it for an early stage one? Among them, there were a total of 3 middle stage rank 7 divine weapons. Zhang Nanqi's, Jiang Chao's, and Su Zisu's. Now, Zhang Nanqi had contributed his boxing gloves, and Su Zisu was willing to pay. Logically speaking, they should not be eyeing him anymore. Su Zisu muttered, "You don't even fight. There's no point in keeping it." Originally, Jiang Chao's boots were in their plan. Although his boots were of a slightly higher grade, the difference between early stage and middle stage was not too big. It was not a main combat weapon, and Jiang Chao was a lazy guy. Everyone felt that there was no point in him having a divine weapon. Jiang Chao's expression was gloomy. After a while, he said, "Then I'll have my wind chaser boots." Actually, Fang Ping did not really want the boots. However, seeing that Liu Mo and the others had no objections, if he continued to be picky, it might really turn out to be a failure. Moreover, Qin Fengqing had already said that he wanted the boots. It would not be good to change his mind now. He gave Qin Fengqing a slight look. Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "All right then, I'll take these. You guys are very generous." "Aye, Qin Fengqing, like you guys." Qin Fengqing grinned from ear to ear, patting Jiang Chao with all his might. His expression was that of a loyal brother. Since things had come to this, Liu Mo said no more. Zhang Nanqi and the others took off their divine weapons and handed them to Qin Fengqing. Jiang Chao stared at his boots for a while, then took them off with a long face and tossed them to Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing did not mind. This kind of divine weapon was a mixture of illusion and reality. In the hands of these fellows, it looked no different from ordinary alloy weapons, but in reality, it had many more effects. No matter how smelly a fatty's feet were, they could not leave marks and stink on the boots. Qin Fengqing kept hugging the divine weapon. Fang Ping did not take it, but continued to show everyone around. When they reached the combat techniques room, although these people had seen countless combat techniques in Stellar Sky City. Many of MCMAU's combat techniques were unique. A few of them were interested, including Liam O, who took a few more glances. Seeing that these people were looking at the combat techniques, Fong Ping quietly retreated and quickly walked out of the combat techniques room. "Give it to me." Fong Ping glared at Qin Fengqing. "What do you want, kid?" Qin Fengqing's face was filled with reluctance. 5 divine weapons. It hasn't even warmed up yet. Give me 1 caddy of energy stones. You lost. Fatty Jiang has also left the stage. Qin Fengqing felt a little uncomfortable. According to the previous agreement, he had lost. Other than an A-grade weapon, he would get nothing. After saying that, Qin Fengqing continued. Tai Tu didn't win, and neither did Old Wang. Why deduct mine? Qin Fengqing felt a little wronged. My realm is the lowest. Isn't it normal that I didn't win? Besides, I've been acting with you for so long. Even if I don't have any credit, I've put in a lot of effort. Why do you want to deduct my points? Beside him, Old Man Li did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't we just let him go? Fong Ping rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. How much good stuff has he wasted? Not long ago, he spent 6 caddies of energy stones and swallowed dozens of energy fruits this morning. Once the energy stones are in his hands, they'll be gone in no time. Qin Fengqing said dryly, I didn't spend as much as you did, right? Fong Ping was speechless. How many energy stones have I spent? Wasn't there no other way last time? Rubbing his temples, Fong Ping scribbled a note and tossed it to him. He said with some annoyance, Middle stage rank, 5 is definitely enough. If you spend all these and haven't reached middle stage rank 5, MCMAU won't support a gold-swallowing beast like you. Go where you should go. Then why did you mess with my job search? Qin Fengqing continued to mutter. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. Who said I messed up? I can't wait for you to get lost. As he said that, he humphed again. If you're so capable, go somewhere else and ask them to give you a few caddies of energy stones. I don't even have a few grams. Qin Fengqing did not say anything. Fong Ping was right. Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything more. He snatched a few divine weapons and glanced at Li Hansong beside him. After some thought, he said, I want to keep the boxing gloves, saber, and sword. You choose between the boots and the long spear. Li Hansong did not think much and took the long spear. Divine weapons like the boots were not very suitable for martial artists who specialized in combat. Fong Ping saw that he had made his choice. He held the remaining 4 divine weapons and said, Instructors, although we're a family behind closed doors, we're like brothers. This time, consider these 4 divine weapons as a loan from me to MCMAU. Of course, to be able to get the divine weapons this time, I've also borrowed MCMAU's power. However, I'll loan the divine weapons to MCMAU. Consider it as offsetting this point. What do you think, instructors? Old Man Li said impatiently. What's the point of all this nonsense? If you want to borrow them, then just borrow them. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Fengru nodded slightly and said nothing. Fong Ping saw that and breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly laughed. Then, the ownership of these 4 divine weapons is mine. Having said that, Fong Ping handed the Changdao to Lu Fengru and said, Instructor, this is for you. The boxing gloves are actually better, but Instructor Tang is more suitable. Lu Fengru did not say anything. She took the Changdao and swung it a little. A strong mentality wave erupted from the Changdao. After a moment, the Changdao flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Fengru. Old Man Li watched eagerly. In the end, when he saw Fong Ping handing over the boots, he was instantly annoyed. I want the sword. Leave the sword for Vice Chancellor Lu. Get lost. Old Man Li swore loudly. I'm the one who uses the sword. Lu Polu used a sword too, but could Lu Polu compare to him? Fong Ping sighed. You can't afford to keep the divine weapon. When the sword is in your hand, It's almost the same as an alloy sword. Use the boots first. When we're stronger later, we'll go kill a rank 8 monster beast and tailor a new longevity sword for you. It'll be much better than this junk, right? When Old Man Lee heard that, he felt a little gloomy. He took the boots, reluctantly. However, if he could really get his hands on a rank 8 divine weapon and forge his own longevity sword, it would indeed be stronger than this early-stage rank 7 sword. Fong Ping did not say anything more. He picked up 2 bags filled with energy stones from the side and tossed them to Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun. He smiled and said, "These are yours. If the few of you have nothing to do, don't be in a hurry to leave. You can go to MCMAU's combat technique room and take a look. Those people were all over there, and they could exchange martial arts with each other. After all, there are many peak-level 9th grade powerhouses in suppressing Star City. Naturally, they have their own unique points. There's no harm in having an exchange. I've been thinking about this for a long time." Wang Jinyang simply picked up the energy stone and turned to leave. Yao Qingjun followed suit. Li Hansong said, "I'm going back to CCMAU first. Tell me if you've gained anything. Now that I'm back at CCMAU, I should be charging towards rank 6. Up to you." Fong Ping nodded. Seeing this, Li Hansong wrapped the long spear in a piece of cloth and left immediately. After they left, Lu Fengru stood up and said, "I'm going back to temper my divine weapon. I'll leave this to Li Changsheng. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." After saying that, Lu Fengru left as well. Old Man Li's mentality had not materialized, so there was no need to hone it. Fong Ping did not care about that anymore. Instead, he glanced at the data on the interface. Wealth, 95. 7 billion converted vitality. 5,999 calories. 5,999 calories. Mentality, 899 hertz. 899 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90% storage space. 32 cubic meters plus energy shield. 10,000 wealth / minute. The 4 god weapons had increased his wealth by 44 billion. 2 early stage rank 7 and 2 middle stage rank 7. 10 billion for early stage and 12 billion for middle stage. The value given by the system was still relatively high. Previously, Fong Ping thought that 4 divine weapons might not be worth 40 billion. Looking at it now, the value of divine weapons was indeed relatively high. It had not been reduced. 3 billion more. It's not that far from the 100 billion mark. Fong Ping thought about it and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although it was not big, more than 4 billion was not small either. If the divine weapon from CCMAU was counted on him, that would be enough. However, if he did not give it to CCMAU, the pressure on MCMAU would still be slightly higher. Although these people had given the items rather readily today, MCMAU had monopolized it. If there was any trouble, the others would probably just sit back and watch. Now that CCMAU is involved, it could be considered as a united front for martial arts universities. Although there's still a gap, it's already considered not bad. It's only more than 4 billion. It's better than not seeing any hope before. If I go to the catacombs again, I can't go for now. I wonder if there's any hope for the company. Fong Ping calculated in his heart for a while. Now that he thought about it, the current him was really rich and imposing. Currently, he still had 78 million credits left. MCMAU owed him more. 10 billion energy stones and 4 divine weapons. Even if the credits depreciated at the moment, 20,000 per credit was still worth it. Adding it all together, his net worth was almost 100 billion. However, things from MCMAU, unless he really needed it urgently, it would be useless even if he wanted it. My wealth hasn't reached 100 billion yet. When it reaches 100 billion, the storage space will have to expand a little. Right now, I can barely store rank 7 monster corpses. I might not be able to store rank 8 corpses. 100 billion is only 200 cubic meters of storage space. It sounded like 100 billion was a lot. In fact, Fong Ping calculated, how could he store rank 9 monster plants with more than 200 cubic meters? It could not be stored at all. At the thought of this, Fong Ping did not think too much about his wealth. While Jiang Chao and the others had not left, he still had to get close to them. This time it was not for resources. He did not need it for now. He still needed some information. Other than that, it was the matter of preparing to break through rank 6, earn about 5 billion more wealth, obtain some necessary information, break through rank 6. Chapter 468. In the next 2 days, Li Fei and the others did not leave but stayed in MCMAU. In these 2 days, these people also began to consult MCMAU instructors with questions and doubts about cultivation. Although there were powerhouses at home and in Star Town who were stronger than MCMAU, the closer the relationship was, the more inappropriate it was to ask questions. There were many geniuses in Star Town. Some geniuses understood, but others did not. For the sake of their reputation, they had to pretend they did. When they arrived at MCMAU, these people had less scruples, and the questions they asked came one after another. Seeing this scene, Li Mo did not know whether to be happy or sad. Maybe Star Town really needed to have more contact with the outside world and communicate. An open martial arts school like the Martial Arts University should also let some of Star Town's young people study there. In these 2 days, Fong Ping also spared no effort. In order to let these people forget the unhappiness of losing the divine weapon, Fong Ping served them well and arranged for a group of instructors to teach these people, opening all areas of MCMAU to them. Pudgy Jiang liked crowds. Coincidentally, MCMAU was holding a rank 2 martial arts competition, so Fong Ping specially asked someone to bring Pudgy Jiang to be a judge. Li Fei and Zhang Nanqi wanted to find an instructor to practice with, so Fong Ping also asked a few rank 6 instructors to accompany them. In these 2 days, everyone became much closer. Fong Ping was busy, but someone was not in a good mood. March 22nd. When Fong Ping returned to the Martial Arts Society to rest for a while, he saw Chen Yunxi pacing around. He could not help but smile bitterly. "What's wrong?" Chen Yunxi bit her lip and did not say a word. Fong Ping thought for a while and laughed. "Is it because I've been building a good relationship with those people these 2 days? There are girls around, so you have some thoughts?" "No," Chen Yunxi denied immediately. Fong Ping glanced at her. She did not seem to be jealous. If that was not the case, then why was she in a bad mood? Fong Ping was slightly suspicious. Chen Yunxi bit her lip and struggled for a moment. Suddenly she said, "I just feel bad." Chen Yunxi was a little emotional. She said gloomily, "The Fong Ping I know is not afraid of anything. He's not afraid of power. He's arrogant deep down. But now, you have no choice but to bow down to them." The Fong Ping she knew was not like this. However, she knew that Fong Ping was not lowering his head for her sake. Fong Ping, who was once regarded as a selfish person, was now lowering his head to some of his peers for MCMAU. He was always at their beck and call, welcoming them with a smile on his face. It was not that Fong Ping was not as good as them. Even if Fong Ping was not as good as them, he would not submit to them for his own sake. But now, for the past 2 days, Chen Yunqi had seen it all and felt terrible. A man like him should laugh at an official and a proud marquis. Fong Ping could not help but laugh. He chuckled and said, "What's wrong? All of you are actually feeling sorry for me." Teacher Li said that he felt bad for me. He felt that it shouldn't be like this. You also said that you felt bad and that I shouldn't have done this. But in reality, I'm just a rank 5 martial artist. Fong Ping chuckled. Do you guys really take me seriously? Did I brag too much? Do you guys really think that Fong Ping's face is more valuable than a rank 9 paragon's face? Or do you think that I can even look down on a 9th grade paragon? Silly girl, You'd rather take what's straight than seek what's crooked. That's a pinnacle figure. You and I are both inferior. At this moment, we don't have that qualification yet. Someone can even accept the humiliation of being under my crotch. At least I'm not like that, right? Jiang Chao and the rest didn't take the initiative to ask me to do anything either. It's because I have a request. That's why they fawn over me and fawn over me. Everyone just takes what they need. I'm not as noble as you guys think. Have you forgotten that we weren't that close back then? How did we get to know each other? You're rich. If I fawn over you more, I might be able to sell more pills. Besides, you're a fool with a lot of money. At that time, it was hard for me to bluff you. Qin Yunqi snickered and immediately covered it up. I'm not a fool. Fong Ping laughed. All right, if you say that you're not a fool, then I'll pretend that you're not. As he said that, Fong Ping continued, I'm a mercenary. What I care more about are the actual benefits, not the momentary face. Can face be eaten? Can face make me stronger? I'll only have face when I'm strong. Not when I have face, I'll be strong. Do you understand? Qin Yunqi listened for a while, then pursed her lips and said, I still feel uncomfortable. I just feel that it's not worth it for you. Fong Ping, why don't we beat them up when we're stronger? Fong Ping's head hurt. Why did she have such an idea? Qin Yunqi thought for a while and said, why don't we wait for them to leave, and we secretly beat them up halfway? Yunqi, there's something wrong with your values. Fong Ping said earnestly, do they offend us? They came to MCMAU and lost 5 divine weapons. They haven't beaten us up yet. Why do you want to beat them up? Your face is worth 5 divine weapons, and it's more than that. Qin Yunqi looked serious. Anyway, that was what she thought. Fong Ping's head hurt. This girl's perception was so scary. I, Fong Ping, have such a big face. I'll just rely on my face to make a living every day. 5 divine weapons for a meal. It's not a problem for you to step on me a few times. While feeling helpless, Fong Ping said helplessly, they have 10 rank SXS and a rank 8 protecting them. I can't beat them up. Then I'll beat them up again in the future. Qin Yunqi was very persistent. She thought for a while and said, then I'll go cultivate. I'm almost middle stage rank 4. When I'm stronger than them one day, I'll help you beat them up. Fong Ping did not know what expression to use. He rubbed his cheeks, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, then I'll wait for you to beat them up, then I'll cheer for you. Qin Yunqi nodded heavily, then walked away with a determined look on her face. She was going to cultivate. After eating a few hundred honing fruits, not only had her 5 viscera honed, but she had also built 4 of the 5 celestial bridges. She was only 1 step away from entering middle stage rank 4. When she reached middle stage rank 4, because the 100 honing fruits had honed her internal organs in advance, her cultivation in middle stage and upper stage rank 4 would be faster. Moreover, Qin Yunqi had specially called Qin Yaoting, saying that his precious granddaughter wanted a lot of 100 honing fruits. As for how the old man was going to get them, Qin Yunqi did not think about it for now. In any case, these 2 days, she felt that Fong Ping was being bullied. As for the fact that Fong Ping had tricked them into giving him 5 divine weapons, the girl had completely forgotten about it. Qin Yunqi went to cultivate in high spirits, and Fong Ping was ready to get down to business. He did not have too much time to build a relationship with Jiang Chao and the others. He could ask what he wanted to ask now. If the other party really did not want to say, then there was nothing he could do. At most, he would not ask. MCMAU cafeteria, 2nd floor. Today, Qin Fengqing was treating. This guy only invited 2 people today, Jiang Chao and Su Zissou. Fong Ping was just a guest. Qin Fengqing was the host. These 2 days, Fong Ping was busy, and so was Qin Fengqing. Jiang Chao and Su Zissou's energy fruits were all tricked out by him. After eating their energy fruits, he asked Fong Ping for some cash and brought Pudgy Jiang out to eat and drink to their heart's content. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. He did not even consider the price-performance ratio of one energy fruit, which could be used for more than 10 meals. In a private room on the second floor, Qin Fengqing said generously, "Today we'll eat something really good. Rank 7 dog meat. I hunted this thing in the catacombs myself. It's definitely fresh. Baldy, you're still bragging." These 2 days, Jiang Chao had hooked up with him, the kind of scoundrel friends. When he heard this, he said, disdainfully, "Do you really think I don't know anything? Fang Ping was the one who brought back MCMAU's monster, okay." Qin Fengqing glanced at Fang Ping and said carelessly, "What do you know? Ask Fang Ping if I was the one who brought everyone to kill monsters. He was the one who led the way. As for whether he was the one who killed it, that was not the most important thing." Jiang Chao continued to look down on him, but he was still a little greedy. He said, "Stop talking nonsense. Serve the food. Rank 7 monster. I haven't eaten it many times." He had eaten it before, but there were not many times when he killed monsters in Star Town. The few ancestors came back once every few years. It was not reliable to expect the ancestors to kill monsters and bring them back to eat. As for the others, they did not bring back many times after killing monsters. Fang Ping heard this and laughed. "Brother Jiang, does this mean that the powerhouses of Star Town will also go into the catacombs to hunt?" Jiang Chao said nothing. After waiting for a while, when the dog meat was served, he quickly took a bite, his face showing a satisfied expression. Beside him, Su Zissou also took a piece and took a bite. Seeing Fang Ping looking at her with a smile, she blushed a little and said embarrassedly that Grandfather Li said that we can't talk about Star Town casually. At this time, Jiang Chao also laughed and said, "Fang Ping, these few days we've also learned about your situation in detail. Anyway, we've guessed some things, but there's no point in talking about it. Just treat it as gaining some life experience. However, it's not that we don't want to talk about some things. It's just that it's really hard to say." Fang Ping did not care. Whatever he guessed, it was nothing more than the previous bet. Qin Fengqing was a poor bastard, with a little understanding. He knew that he could not afford 50 billion. Hearing Jiang Chao say this, Fang Ping laughed. "Brother Jiang, do you think that I, Fang Ping, am a member of an evil sect? Of course not. I'm a catacombs martial artist. How is that possible? If that's the case, let me ask you again, Brother Jiang. How am I, Fang Ping, compared to the geniuses in Star Town?" Jiang Chao scratched his head and said dryly that, "You're pretty amazing. I heard that you've condensed a golden bone, and your mentality is also very strong. Maybe you can achieve rank 7 earlier than Li Fei and the others." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Now that the situation in the catacombs is worsening, others may not have the right to know about this. But I, Fang Ping, believe that I am still qualified to know about this, and I also have the ability and the courage to bear all of this. The purpose of Star Town is not to hide secrets for the sake of hiding. It's nothing more than to prevent panic or to let martial artists who don't have the ability to know about all of this and feel despair know about it. Do you agree with what I said, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Chao thought for a while and nodded. "If that's the case, I want to understand more things, to contribute more to humanity, to Sino Nation. The key is, I want MCMEU to have fewer people die. I don't want to add anything else to the school archives and the Southern Cemetery. At this time, Brother Jiang, are you not willing to tell me anything?" Jiang Chao said in distress, "Fang Ping, aren't you making things difficult for me?" "Fatty!" Qin Fengqing, who was at the side, suddenly shouted, scolding. "I asked you something. Why are you babbling and evading? If you don't say, I don't say, no one says. Who will know that you told us? Little Sue, if he doesn't say, you say it. This damn fatty is not a man. Little Sue, can you bear to see more of us die?" Su Zissou glanced at Jiang Chao a little conflicted. After a while, she said, "Then you guys don't ask too much. I actually don't know much." Jiang Chao wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he did not utter a word, but began to eat like crazy. He would eat first and talk later. He would pretend that he did not hear anything. Fang Ping's eyes revealed a smile, and he said, "How many rank 9 paragon old ancestors are there in Star Town?" Ah, Su Zissou was conflicted at once. After dilly-dallying for a while, she said, "There are 13 families in Star Town. There should be 13 old ancestors. But 2 years ago, old ancestor Yang seemed to have fallen. I don't know if that's the case. Anyway, at that time, Jingjing's family was crying and sad for many days. In the city, the other elders were also very sad. Later, Grandpa said that something happened to old ancestor Yang. Su Zissou's words are vague, but Jiang Chao knew a little more. He said vaguely he fell. I heard that old ancestor Yang went to the bounded zone, wanting to cross over. I don't know if he was ambushed by the powerhouses of the Forbidden Sea or something else happened, but he fell in the bounded zone. Anyway, it was not done by the people of the restricted zone, because when old ancestor Yang fell, no one knew. Later, when the restricted zone attacked, Star Town only knew that old ancestor had fallen. However, the restricted zone found out before us. At that time, the people of the restricted zone seized the opportunity. Without anyone guarding the passageway, many people came out and attacked Sky South City in one fell swoop. Fang Ping's pupils shrank, and he said in a low voice, "The Forbidden Sea is the sea in the south, isn't it? The Forbidden Sea can cause powerhouses to fall? The Forbidden Sea is actually the most dangerous place, even more dangerous than the restricted zone." Jiang Chao said with a straight face, "I don't know the specifics, but I heard from my pervert once that don't enter the Forbidden Sea. You can still live if you go to the restricted zone, but if you go to the Forbidden Sea, you will definitely die." Mount Imperial Sea. Actually, it was built to resist the expansion of the Forbidden Sea. Didn't I say it before? Mount Imperial Sea is man-made. It's very, very big, unimaginably big. It runs through the North, South, East, and West territories, surrounding the restricted zone. These old ancestors are all at Mount Imperial Sea. Yes, the old ancestors are guarding the passageways, not allowing the powerhouses of the restricted zone to enter and leave the territories at will. It's not just here, there are also some powerhouses from other countries guarding the passageways, blocking the powerhouses of the restricted zone. However, both sides are restraining each other. As he said that, Jiang Chao thought for a while and said, "However, there is some trouble on our side now. Right now, we don't have enough strength to guard the 108 territories. Logically speaking, 108 powerhouses are needed to suppress it. But now there are not that many powerhouses in the world. Not only that, but there seems to be a lot of powerhouses, and there shouldn't be that many powerhouses. Therefore, every time a passageway is opened, it means that the danger increases. Because we can't guard it all, it's fine if we don't open the passageway. If we open it and the enemy attacks, they can enter Earth directly. It's also very troublesome for the old ancestors to cross boundaries. Old ancestor Yang died when he crossed boundaries. Now, many old ancestors are suppressing a few territories on their own." Jiang Chao was still narrating, but Fang Ping was shocked. There were still 12 old ancestors in Star Town, 12 peerless experts, a powerhouse suppressing a territory. No, these 12 powerhouses currently suppressed 23 territories in Sino Nation, maybe 24 territories. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and said, "Right now, there are still 4 powerhouses on the surface." Jiang Chao shook his head and said, "There aren't that many." Commander Li broke through later. He was also from Star Town before, but he wasn't among the old ancestors. Later on, he also became independent. However, the Shun family's old ancestor is actually Shun Haoyan, the Guardian of the North. He's actually not a modern person. Also, the Guardian of the East, Qin Gaiang, is the Chun family's old ancestor. Really, Only Minister Zhang Tao of the Ministry of Education is a true powerhouse who rose from the outside world. He's not very old either. About the same age as Commander Li. Commander Li's family has now moved out of Startown. He and Minister Zhang are both modern people. I'm talking about the kind who are not even 100 years old. The other old ancestors are already very old. Fang Ping was shocked once again. Out of the 4 old guardians, 2 of them were actually ancient people. Yes, ancient people. According to what Old Man Li had told him before, these old ancestors were at least a few hundred years old. If that was the case, Wu Chuan was not too embarrassing. For old guardians, 2 of them were at the peak. They were not from the same era at all. In this way, there were 14 powerhouses in Sino Nation, which was much more than what he had imagined. 14 powerhouses suppressing 24 territories?